Is it still tripping? Hold on. Okay. Yo. Let's go, child. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, is it good now? Is it working? Yeah. Is it tripping? See why, bro? Oh my jeez. Oh, let me go back. Advanced process priority high. I'm thinking I just can't play computer games on my computer, bro. Cause I have a weak computer, bro. Yo. Hold on. Let me see. Bro, this I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't know if I can play games on stream, bro. I genuinely don't know, bro. I can play on my PlayStation works completely. See, what is this talking about, bro? Skip frames a minute ago. Can I don't know if I can play, like, you know what I'm saying? It's some bull, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Let me remove this story. Delete snap. Hold on. Let me change the title. Hold on, y'all. Oh my jeez, bro. Bro, I ain't even gonna lie. I have no idea how to fix what just happened. Cause like it just bugged out as soon as I got dang. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. But I literally don't know what to change to fix it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like cause like they tell you that it's tripping, but they don't tell you how to fix it. You know what I'm saying? See, how can I use cuss? I don't know what I'm. Yo. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. What we finna do, y'all? What we finna do, y'all? Cause I'm gonna just shoot. See, I will play FNAF, but I only got 4 people in here, bro. What should I do, y'all? What should I do, y'all? Oh, let me post the link. I genuinely do not know what to do. Like, I literally, bro. Like, my stream hasn't tripped since like the second, like the first stream that I streamed like a game on, bro. Restarted stream. Man, this some bull. I ain't even gonna lie. Hold on. Oh my gosh, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. That literally just killed my vibe, bro. I was live for like, what, like 17. Hold on, let me count. Let me look. Oh, did it go away? Shoot, I don't even know, bro. What's good, y'all, though? What's good, y'all, though? What we finna do, y'all? Yo, what's good with you, Killy Rain? What's good with you? Yo. Is it delayed? Is there a delay in the chat? Hold on. I think there's a delay in the chat because those messages were sent a while ago. It's delayed AF. Alright. I mean, I can still see the chat on the side of the screen. But then that wasn't delayed, though. That's weird. I ain't even gonna lie. That's weird. Hold on. Alright, so what we finna do, y'all? Because we can't play no computer game. Because it just, I can't, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, that type made me mad, bro. Like, it low-key got me tight. Hold on. Like, alright. So, what we finna play, y'all? What we finna play, y'all? What y'all wanna play? You know what, I'm just... Like, bro. Like, I paid $5 for no reason, bro. I paid $5 for no reason, bro. I paid $5 for a game that I couldn't even play, bro. So, hey, bro. So stupid. What y'all want me to play, bro? Goddamn thing. Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh God. Oh jeez. Oh my lord. Oh goodness. Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh God. I ain't even scared for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bro, I don't even have no strategy though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have the strategy. Usually I come in with like a game plan, bro. Usually I come in with like a game plan. John, bro. Like, usually I be coming in with a game plan. I don't even have a game plan for Tyler Blow. Golly, what? What? Bro. Oh, I have my headphones plugged into my computer. Let me connect to Wi-Fi. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. Ooh, okay. Go make that to your minimum weight. Golly, why y'all violating each other? Okay. I need strategy. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. What? Alright, hold on, y'all. Okay, hold on. Yo, I don't know what any of this means. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't know what any of this means. I'm not a pro like that for real. Should I get a strategy, y'all? Like talk like David low key. Hold on, let me finish it. Okay. Oh, so okay. Keep an eye on Freddy's movement along his path. What does that even mean? Hold on. Hold on, let me change to this. Go back to what? Alright, hold on, y'all.
So the primary focus of night 4 is to watch Foxy and just remember the pit pats. Another thing we want to look out for is Freddy Fazbear will actually laugh, and as soon as he does that, you want to hit this door and open the laptop, because if not, he will get in and you will be stuck. Whenever you hear the laugh, door lock first, laptop. Okay. So we're looking here at Foxy, we're doing okay, and we're just waiting for the pit pat with little checks in the light. Maybe like every 5 seconds, you want to check to see that he has moved. As soon as he moved, we're going to tell you what camera to go to, and immediately we'll hit this door and drop that door.
So I can listen for the laugh.
We're going to go to camera 2A when we see that he's empty. We'll go through that in a minute.
Alright. I think we chilling. I think we got the strategy. You know what I'm saying? I think we got the strategy, y'all. says stop. Are you gonna start using Ron as collateral? Yes, so Ron is paying $15 an hour to take mirror pics and chat bees. Only because he asked you to start using. Who's Ron? Hold on. I'll take away your ability. Oh wait, stop arguing in the comments. Or I'll take your ability. Golly, I can't read English. Okay. Bro, what the? Bro, my phone be tripping with this Wi-Fi. I ain't even gonna lie. Alright, y'all. Let's get to it. His master, manager. Hey, y'all wildin'. I ain't even gonna lie. Hold on, bro. See, why can't my phone connect to the Wi-Fi? Hold on one second. See, my Wi-Fi, like, it works for, like, my computer and my laptop and my PS4, but it never wants to work for my phone. Alright, let's get to it. Hold on, I can't hear nothing. Alright, let's get to it. I was about to say it's at night 4 for a second. Alright, let's get to it. Okay. Let me listen. Ooh, he's already out. Oh my gosh. Did he just get dropped? That was the song that plays when, what's it called? When Freddie murks you. Yeah, I think I'm finna lose this one. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm already losing power. I'll call your... What? Alright. Hold on. Oh, I think I just heard Freddy. I for sure just heard Freddy, bro. Yo, okay. Evan uncultured. How am I uncultured? I ain't gonna lie. I think this one's a L, bro. Who is that walking? I think that might be Chica. I ain't gonna lie. You should have put mine, right? I hear him. Go get a Jeff. Why you put the apostrophes? I ain't gonna lie, I'm finna lose, bruh. Bro. This might be an L, bro. See, I hear him. Bro said close the door. She can't curse. She's trying to go sober. They're called underscores. What I call them? Or singing ain't by Doja Cat. They called I've been doing so well, I think. Ooh! I can't open the door. Yo, I really think I'm not doing well. See, the dude never said when to open the door after you hear the laugh. Yo, dude needs to be more like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean to. Ooh. Okay, there's Sheikah. Okay, there's Bonnie. Okay, there's Foxy. Where's Big Freddy? Where's Fred? Bonnie's gone. Yo, I really think I sold the bag. I ain't even gonna lie. I think I sold the bag, low key. I think I sold the bag, bro. I wasn't even scared for real. I ain't even get scared for real. Oh man, I got 1%. It's game over. It's raps. I can't even, unless he takes 3 hours to take, you know what I'm saying? Dang, he really played a Geo game? I gotta make accounts for that, bro. That's too much effort in between to play one game, and I'm not spending money. Man, you ain't even scary for your Frederick. Sir Freddy. I don't even think I've genuinely been. I'm not even gonna get scared. 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 See why it takes so long though? It never takes that long. It never takes that long, bro. It never. They try to switch it up on me, bro. Game over. I know. I'm finna do it. I'm finna do better next time though. Don't worry, y'all. Don't worry, y'all. I'm finna tee up next time. I'm finna tee up next time. I'm finna tee up next time. I'm finna tee up. I'm finna tee up for real. I got this. 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 Okay, let me check on old bro. Check the cameras. I need to just go back to what I'm used to. You feel me? Check the cameras. Check the cameras. Alright, let me pause. 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 Okay, let me do my breathing exercise. I'm a pro gamer for real. I realized it's 5 nights at Freddy's. So I only got one more night left. Okay. Check the cameras. 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 What was that sound, bro? What happened? Ooh, there go Frederick. Ooh, what the? Nah, bro. let me recuperate. Let me recruit. Yeah, Frederick. That's his real name for real. Me and Freddie, we go way back, so I can call him Frederick. Okay. I used to know someone named Frederick, but he's missing now. Oh, that's a dark turn. Check the cameras. Check the cameras. Close that door. Check the cameras. Check the cameras. Sean Ayer, Frederick? Pause. He was kidnapped outside of Zaxby's? What? Alright, bro. Yo, Foxy still hasn't left, so I think we're cooling. I'm at 60% at 1 a.m. I think I can open this, right? See, I don't trust it, though. Bro didn't specify, bro. He didn't specify when do I stop? When do I open the door after I hear the laugh? I got passed in the eye, see. Alright, bro, let me check Audi. Yo, I think I took an L, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, I hear the goddamn you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think I took an L again. I ain't even gonna lie. Unsupportive Cretan? Oh my gosh, I am a soul, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, I'm a soul, bro. I almost looked back without closing the door, bro. Whose pitter patters are those? Okay. There's Bonnie. There's Chica. That is not what I wanted to look at. See, I'm getting so lucky with the RNG of this game. Because Foxy is not leaving. But I'm selling, bro. What sound was that, bro? Hurr. Yo, I don't know how to beat this. Do I open this? Cause bro says close the door when you hear the laugh, right? But he doesn't specify how long I keep the door closed for. Man. It's some bull, bro. Bro. I need to find the right recipe and a good what? I will eat them soon? Hold on, bro. Poor baby. He's kidding. Not poor baby B. R.I.P. man. Oh my gosh, bro. Y'all boys make sure y'all, y'all make sure that y'all join the Discord though. Hold on. See, it's not even scary, bro. He's not even scary, bro. Hold on. copy. Okay, bro. Okay, paste. Let me insert. And then pin message. Hi, bro. Oh my jeez, bro. See, this gonna be frustrating me, bro. Advertise for your side. I don't wanna know that, bro. Hi, bro. Hi, bro. I think I'm gonna chill out for a little bit. Ah, he's active. I might quit, bro. I might quit, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Hi, y'all. Hi, y'all. Hi, y'all. I don't know if I can do this, bro. I got so lucky with the RNG of the first two games, but the dude didn't tell me, bro. He didn't tell me, bro. I might have to come back tomorrow with the. He literally didn't come out the whole time last time, bro. See, I sold, bro. I sold, bro. I literally had the perfect game, bro. See, he laughed. So do I open now? See, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to play this game, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna come back tomorrow, though. I'm gonna come back tomorrow. And I'm gonna beat it. I'm gonna come back tomorrow and I'm gonna beat it, bro. I swear, bro. I'm gonna come back tomorrow and I'm gonna beat it. But tonight is just not the night, bro. Tonight is just not the night, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Tonight is not the night. Like, I don't know, like, bro. I need to do some like, bro, cause bro said, here's what he said, what's it called? He said that listen for the laugh or whatever. But he never specified when do I open the door back up, bro. When I open the door back up. Do I just never open it back up? I need to cleanse myself with some Minecraft, bro. Cleanse, you know what I'm saying? Golly, got a free pair of minion goggles and the character with the all despicable Minecraft. What? It went too fast. Get ready to explore. Okay. Why is my hair so whack? Okay. Okay. How do I profile edit character? Cause my style is whack, bro. How do I change my hair? Okay, yeah. Make sure he clean. That's me. What the? Yo, did I not save? Golly, bro. Edit character. Yo, this music kind of hard. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Whoa. Hold on. second. Can y'all hear? Whoa. I mean, like, can y'all hear the game? No? Hold on. It should be working. Yo. Okay, okay. Y'all hit the game now? Okay, there we go, there we go. Alright, let's get to it, 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 bro. Alright, bet. Play. Too smooth world. No. I need a better spot. I need to start over. Cause like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, make sure y'all join the Discord. You know what I'm saying? Let me check. Welcome, Minneapolis Target. Huh? There we go. I'll join once you add it. What? What do you mean? I don't add people. Hold on, saving quick. I don't add people. People add themselves. It's a choice. You know what I'm saying? Alright, I'm gonna create a new world. Okay. 2. Smooth. Hold on. World. PT. Dot. 2. I just get to it. I do it need to be an environment too. I don't need to get into the environment too. So that's so wild. Should I move this right here or right here? What y'all think? Here or here? I think right here is better. What she's trying to say is that's where all of the what she's trying to say is where all of what was that? What was? Okay, is this a good biome? Is this a good like landing point? Or is this like a good starting point or whatever? I think this is kind of sneezy. How do I don't want to hold it like this. Alright. Is it sneezy or is it sleazy? I forget. Hey, make sure y'all like the stream though. Make sure if you ain't like the stream, what are you doing? Alright. Message retracted. What did she say? Oh, is that the one where you like H with a bunch of dots or whatever? Alright. How do I change this to? Alright, bro. Inventory. Boom. I'm gonna make me some. You know what I mean? Give me some of that. You know what I mean? Give me some of that. You know what I mean? 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 Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Boom. Bam. Alright, so now we begin our journey to greatness, you feel me? we, you know what I'm saying, we embark in our, you know what I mean? Alright, boom, 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 boom. Alright, bet. Boom, 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 okay, boom, okay, boom, okay, boom, okay. How? See, that really doesn't make any sense, bro. Dang, my eyes is itchy. I mean, my forehead. Okay. Okay, you see, I'm finna be the greatest Minecraft player of all time by the time I finish. No. Cap, hold on. Is that even the same level? Oh, it is. I ain't gonna lie. It is. What the? What? Why is there just holes? Pause. See, I think because I said pause, it made it worse. I ain't even gonna lie. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, there you go. How'd I? There you go. Alright, bet. Alright, boom. 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 Alright, bet. Boom. Boom. Bam. Bop. Boom. There you go. See, did my phone disconnect from the Wi-Fi again? Oh man. I still got my crafting table, and I'm gonna just craft a new one. Boom. Ooh, but I can do this though. Ooh. Okay. I have all the necessities. I have the most important tools in the game. I'm really good at this. So is like diamond and all that, does it actually mine faster, or does it, like, you know what I'm saying, or does it like, or is it just like it lasts longer? You know what I mean? Alright. Okay. I'm gonna get the full stack, and then there's a stack 64 or 60 or 70 or something like that. Okay, yeah, stack is 64. Golly. You know what I mean? Okay. Now I think it's ready for me. I'm ready to start mining. You feel me? So let me just, you know what I mean? Ooh, no. I need a sword, and I need to start getting food. I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna have to do this. It's just, I gotta do it, bro. You know what I mean, bro? I'm sorry. I really didn't want to. Yeah, I did. I'm over here lying and stuff, bro. Sometimes I be lying for no reason. Alright. See, I don't think this is a good, like, area. Ooh, but I found a village, though. I found a... Who was it? I found a village, though. Hey, get back here. Okay, I got food. I need wool so I can make a bed. Hold on. Where the sheep at? Ooh. Hey. Okay. Okay, we dropped him. How did... Was that a zombie? How did... How is he still alive? Okay. Oh, it didn't drop. Okay. I feel bad now. No, I don't. I didn't really route with, like, you know. Bro. I think I got a sorry biome. I ain't gonna lie. I think I got a sorry biome. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, little bro. I'm sorry, little bro. I had to do it, bro. Okay, chicken. I love chicken. See, I think, yeah, bro. I don't think this is a good biome. I don't think this is like a good, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, some berries. Ooh, foxes. Where's the big body fox? Where the big body fox at? Fight back. Where the big body fox at? Hold on. Ooh, he kind of fast though. Okay. Okay, you got a little juke move on you. But you're not matched for me. You're not. Ooh, what's up with you? See, why are you leaving your child? He's scary. Bro. I'ma catch you, bro. Ooh, I lost my you know what I mean? I'm gonna have to use bare hands, bro. I need white sheep. White sheep are like more common, right? So I'll be able to get more wool. Raid the houses? Alright, bet. What is this? But they won't come close though, cause they know that sun will get them. Ooh, they throwing them heavy boys. Hold on, whoa. They throwing them heavy boys. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, it's nighttime now. Alright, bet. I gotta go to sleep. Thank God, bro. What the yo? Alright, respawn point set. Ooh. Hold on. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This biome kind of sorry. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, yeah, it's a house and stuff. Yeah, can y'all hear the See what the? Yo, can y'all? Oh, is there just no sound? Okay. What the? Yo, what was that? I need food. Okay. Can y'all hear the y'all can't hear the vacuum, can y'all? Y'all can't hear the vacuum, right? Y'all can't hear the vacuum, right? It's not that loud. Alright. Alright, man, hold on. Alright. Oh, I got a white sheep. No racial. Of course, never would. Alright, not really. Alright. Ooh, is that another white sheep? 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 Is that another? I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that up off you, my boy. Alright. I think today. Okay, here's what I'm finna do. Here's what I'm finna do, right? I'm finna find a new world, right? Not a new world, a new area. Ooh, did I find the out? Am I out? Ooh, hold on, let me get some of this wheat. You feel me? Let me get some of this wheat, you feel me? And I'm gonna build a crib today. I need to find my way out of this biome. Is so doo-doo. I ain't even gonna lie. Didn't nobody tell me. Dang. Didn't nobody tell me that it was gonna be this trash. I ain't even gonna lie. See, why is there zombie villagers just chilling, bro? Let's see what's in here. Ooh, whole lot of bread. Can I eat potatoes? Shoot, I'm gonna take them. Can you eat potatoes? Can you eat potatoes in this game? Alright, let's get everything we can get, you feel me? Obsidian. Ooh, iron. Gold. Alright, bet. I think we're doing pretty good this time, you feel me? Okay, another chest. Ooh, an emerald. Some sticks. Alright, bet. Okay. Ooh, hold on. Okay. Hold on, I'm looking like a parkour, you know what I'm saying? G. Okay. I don't see any chests. Sorry room, bro. Y'all main purpose is just to give me, you know what I'm saying, food and, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. You feel me? These potatoes. Can I cook a potato? Make fries? Or make a baked potato? You feel me? Hey. Hold on. I think I'm finna start a farm, bro. Wait, yes? Wait, what are y'all saying yes to? I forgot. I'll be forgetting what I say. Baked potato. Alright, bet. I need to start remembering what I say. I just be talking sometimes. You can cook the potato. Alright, bet. John. Ooh, wait, did I go in here? Where's the doors? They just running around with no doors. Some iron nuggets. Some more potatoes. Is that a rotten potato? Or a raw one? Whose sound was that? Alright, bro. I think I'm finna make my way to the city. I'm playing, not the city. But, like, I need to find my way out of this biome, bro. It's so much trees. Like, I can't see, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, let me take a bed. I'm so smart, bro. See, I was finna be running around with no bed. There ain't nobody saying a word, bro. Nah, y'all can't help me. How long is a Minecraft day? Because it doesn't seem that long. And I feel like if I look it up, it would include nighttime too. Let me eat some bread though. Boom. Yeah, bread fill you up. Alright, bet. We up out of here. Ooh. Alright, hold on. Jump. Alright. Boom. I think we made our way out. I I think we made our way out, bro. I think we made our way out, bro. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on, let me get some of that. Let me get some of that coal. Wait, no, I don't think I can get coal with the hold on, let me put my crafting table. Ooh, yes, I escaped. I escaped. I escaped. Why'd I said that? Yes, you can. What I said? I forgot what I said again. Hold on. What did I say? You said yes, you can. Are you talking about the potatoes still? Oh, I can't make a coal. Oh, okay, bet. Oh, jump. Let me get some of this stone. 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 What is this? What is this? What the heck? Oh, nice. 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 What is this? Fire charge. Yo, Minecraft be going under some updates, bro. Oh, I got a bunch of carrots. Yo, we eating good tonight. Bro, I got everything. I think, yeah. Okay. Yo, what's good, you Nathan? I can make a stone pickaxe. Yes. Oh, I can't hold it. I can't hold it. Hold on. Drop this string. Drop the feather. Drop the zombie meat. Drop the seeds. Well, I mean, I can keep the seeds. Alright. There you go. No, I ain't want this. I ain't want this stuff. Alright. Okay. I'm about to say OKK. Alright. Now let's get to work. Let's get to work for real. Throw away the berries. Can I eat the berries? Can I eat the berries? Okay. Let me set. Ooh, I can set a fire and then drop. Hold on. Let me pick up this. Hold on. Yeah, you can eat them. Boom. Let me drop this. Drop this. Evan, do you have Warzone? Nah. Drop this. Okay. Okay, now let me use the flint and steel. I think they're for foxes or something. I don't think. Let me try. Let me just try. I guess you can't eat them. Okay. Now let me burn all this stuff. Is that a goat? They got goats? Bro, they got goats in this game? It ain't dropped nothing though. You can't eat anything. Oh. Okay, I got it back. Alright, let me dig down. Alright. Can I only put down this bed? I have a sapling. You said drop the sapling. You can't eat. You plant them. You might suffocate. How? Wait. Could I join your world? Are you on PlayStation? What's that sound? Whoa. Oh my goodness. That was close. I ain't gonna lie. What's that sound? Okay, the spiders is L station. Man, you tripping, bro. Bugging. Now listen. Listen, hold on. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. So who's finna tell me that they had goats in this game? And they don't drop a dang bang, bro. Try to eat the berries? I bet. Hold on a second. I'm gonna run my you know what I'm saying, down and see how much they like, you know what I'm saying, give me. Like, ooh, another village. I'm so lucky, bro. Ooh. Rerun my stamina down. Or my hunger up. Just running around, you know what I mean? Why is there so many cobwebs? Is this abandoned? Is this an abandoned village? Dang, and they left these baby horses here? They still got food? Yo, what? It's not abandoned, I don't think. Or maybe they all got clapped by zombies. Alright. Oh, so you can't eat them. I just... What's that sound? Hold on, I need to charge my phone. Try to eat very scared. What the... Yo, where is that coming from? Alright, hold on, let me recuperate. Let me recuperate. Where are these noises coming from? Alright. Let me make one of these. Raid the village. Alright, I know. Boom. Boom. Actually, let's turn all this into, you know what I mean? Burn the cow. Why would I burn the cow? Ooh. Oh, I did it. Whoa. Now what I do? Yay. Oh, the meat cooks. Hold on. Yo, that's the meta, bro. Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all just gonna have to. Ooh. Alright. Did I get the cook stuff? Yo, that's wild. W, you passed it. Look at the pin. Look in the pin? I passed it. What you mean? What do I drop? What should I drop? Do I need a fire charge? What is that? What do I drop, y'all? Oh, let me drop the sapling. Okay. Throw that tree away. Yes, I did. Ooh, what should I drop now? What should I drop now? What should I drop now? Hold on. I don't need leather for real. Yo, I put it away for a reason. Okay. Dang it. Okay, what else should I? Do I need the seeds? I don't need these gold nuggets, bro. I really don't. Okay, now let me get some of this food. And I know this food gonna hit too. Ah, delicious. Yo, what? Oh, I ran out of space. Hold on. I don't need beetroot seeds. I need beetroot seeds for it. Alright, I think I'm doing good. Hay bales can be turned into wheat. Alright, wait, where's the hay bales? Ooh, more stuff. Alright. The yellow things. Oh, those things. Okay, I'm gonna get those. I have too much stuff. I need a house. I ain't even gonna lie. Well, I didn't mean to go to settings. I don't need these for a 6 because I can make sticks anytime. You feel me? Okay, so after I get all this stuff, I'm gonna make me a house, right? And I'm gonna make the chest, and then I'm gonna put the stuff in the chest. Like, y'all feel me? Okay, I'm gonna hit him once, right? I'm gonna hit him once. Then I'm gonna set him on fire. I think I might have lost it. Yo, go away. Well, listen. What's that sound? Yo. Get a chest. I know. Yeah. Bro, don't nobody want no goddamn. Alright, man. Alright, hold on. Let me go to sleep. Let me go to sleep because it just got dark a little bit. The f Ooh! Which way do I go, bro? Okay, I just gotta find my way back, bro. You sure? Bro, I was literally gonna go to sleep and then make a house, bro. That is so crazy, bro. Maybe that's God telling me not to play this game, bro. I've been taking L's this whole stream, bro. Turn your coordinates on next time. Yo, I changed my hair. How do I still have the same whack hairstyle, bro? It's definitely because of the hairstyle, bro. If I ain't had this hairstyle, I probably would have won. No cap. Okay, I just need to, you know what I'm saying, find my way back. Hopefully my stuff will still be there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We just gotta hope for the best. Okay. 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 I think I'm making good progress. Like I think I'm ooh. Okay, this is like similar to where I died. I mean, everything really looks the same, like in general. Ooh, I really died, bro. Bro, does your stuff despawn in this game? Like, can I lose my stuff? I just need to find that village, bro. Bro, I should have just went to. If I had just pressed the bed, bro, I would have been chilling. You got 5 minutes. How many minutes has it been? Okay, so the village I found was like right next to the biome, whatever. I hear the goddamn skeleton. Oh my jeez, bro. Okay. Is that it? No way I find it. No way I find it, bro. No way I find it, bro. No way I find it, bro. Golly. Ooh, juke moves, juke move, juke move, juke move, juke move. happy music is playing. I found my way back, bro. I found my way back, bro. I knew I was gonna find my way back, bro. I found my stuff now. Ooh! Here's my stuff. I'm chilling. I got all my stuff back. And I have a bed. Okay. So I just gotta wait here. I don't... See, the thing is... I'm on... Yo... How long is the nighttime? Eat? Oh, yeah. Yo, this is barely any, like, you know what I mean? Hold on, let me use the raw beef. I mean the cooked beef. Oh, goodness. They gave me so much food. Alright. They are way better if you cook them. Alright. See, why is it so active though, bro? Let me make like a what's it called? Like where there's like, you know what I mean? Like this light coming in through the ceiling. Whatever those things are called. So I can see what they got going on up there. Alright, he has a stick in his hand. Is he the only monster? So if I kill him, can I go to sleep? Hold on. Almost fell. I think he's the only one. Do I kill him or do I just wait out the night? Do I kill it or I just wait out? Sleep on the roof? Just pick up the bed and sleep somewhere else? I already have a bed. But won't they follow me? Alright, bro, I'm finna dip. Call me Dream for real. Call me Dream for real. Call me Dream for real. Is that a witch or is that just a normal villager? I mean like a zombie, a normal zombie villager. Alright, bro. I'm going, bro. I'm out of there. Ooh, sun's coming up. Alright, bro, I can come back. Sleep there. Sleep where? Sun's coming back up. I can go back. Sun's coming back up. Sun's coming back up. Yes, sir. Okay, we chilling. We cooling. Anywhere. Just away from them. I don't need to sleep no more. If I don't go to sleep, that's when the flying things come out, right? Alright, bro. This is my second chance. You feel me? I'm gonna make a house today. Yo, why do I feel like I'm going slow? Alright, y'all. I think this is a good spot. See, but the only thing, my house is gonna be multicolored. I ain't even gonna lie. Dang it. Okay. My house is gonna be nice. Hold on, how many blocks of this do I have? I don't think I have enough, to be honest. Hold on, let me shrink this. Let me shrink this. I don't need my house to be that big. I think this is good. I think this is good. Hold on, let me do my trick. It's like a magic trick. Dang it. It's in the break. Oh. It's in the break next hit. Alright. Alright. Boom. Bam. Yeah, I need to shrink this. You know what? I'm gonna just keep. Golly, how do I run out of air? I just ran out of air, bro. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Let me go to leave a space for the door and window. I know. You see, I'm gonna just yeah, hold on. Inventory. Boom. What did I just build? Did I just build a button? For the door and window. What do I need a window for? Yo, what? I'm in my house now, so I can just put that down. I need sand to build glass, right? I got sand right there. Golly. Or you can make a chest. Oh yeah, chest. I forgot about that. Not the bedrock Minecraft. What's the problem with that? My boy. Actually, I don't want that like that. Alright, so this is gonna be like My food chest. Dang it. This is my food chest. This is my. Can y'all still hear? Can y'all like hear the game? Okay, it did work. It did work. This is gonna be my food chest. You feel me? Anything food related. This is gonna be like my rocks and stuff. I think this is a rock. Boom. Alright, boom, more wood. Boom. Damn. Is there more spruce near here? I think I'll find this have a multicolored goddamn thing, you know what I mean? Alright, I think my house is just gonna be multicolored if I run out. Is this high enough? Only got 23 blocks left. It's gonna have to be high enough, you feel me? Yeah, baby. 17. No. How'd it go? Okay. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Dang, that boy Nathan left as soon as I joined. I was trying to see what Nathan had going on, you feel me? Minneapolis Target. Who is Minneapolis Target? Alright. Ooh, junk, I ran out. Dang, do I not have any more? Alright, hold on, let me craft some. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Can I make a door? I'll make this door. Alright. Why'd I make 3? I'm gonna have a double door. There we go. Alright, bet. Alright, let me go get some more. Oh, let me. Hold on. Do I have any sticks? Let me make. Yo, my controller is tripping. Hold on. Then, yo, how many do I need? How do I make a goddamn? Oh, okay. I'm gonna just have to mine barehanded. I bet. Well, I'm gonna just use this and then I'm gonna go get a new one. Ooh, no. I'm gonna go get some stone. I put my stone away, didn't I? I put my stone away. Where's my stone at? Where's my stone at? Where's my stone at? Look at my stone. Where's the rest of my stone? Gotta be kidding. Where's the rest of my stone? Alright, bet. Alright, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. Okay, first let me just go to sleep. Feel me? Boom. It said bed is too far away. I was right in front of you. What are they talking about? Okay. Alright, let me make my utensils. Alright, hold on. Is this the food chest? Am I able to name my chest? Why am I doing this right here? How am I running out of, like, what's it called? How is this taking damage or whatever? It's not even like that type of item. Let me get some more of this wood so I can finish my house. See, why didn't it drop anything? Look at the quickness. Look at the quickness, my boy. What time is it? 11:17. It's not even late. And I'm already yawning. Okay, let me get some of the sand for the windows. Alright, I think I have enough. I think I really have everything that I need, bro. I basically have a farm. You know what I mean? Because the neighborhood isn't that far away. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. See, this music be creeping me out sometime. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, wait, no. Let me move this. Yeah, let me move this to, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. If it wasn't even, I was finna end it. I ain't even gonna lie. Alright, bet. Dang it. Okay. So what's the next move? Evan, think. You know what I'm saying? Why'd I be saying, you know what I'm saying, when I don't even need to say it? Ooh, bones. I'm getting so. See, this is why I like this biome. It's just a whole lot of, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Ooh. Yo, I'm really getting lucky with all this stuff. I thought it was an actual cave. Ooh, iron. This is iron, right? Raw iron? What? What is raw iron? Is it nighttime? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna come back to this later. That was loud, bro. Oh, hold on. Alright, bet. Okay. Now let me finish making my house. And I got some of that so fresh and so clean wood. Aiden Ross X the ain't no way Aiden got the baby on the stream. No way. Oh, let me make some what's it called? Ladders. How do you make a ladder? I don't got no sticks, hold on. Okay, yeah, there's a ladder. Where's the sticks? Oh. Alright, hold on. Alright. Alright, now let me. Alright. Drop. Drop. Okay. Yeah, these are two completely different colors, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? You never start with the best items, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Your house ain't gonna look as good as it do in 20 years, you feel me? Well, I need torches. Hey, look, baby girl, you're so dang fine though. I don't even know if I can. What is that sound? Alright. Boom. 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 See how? Alright. Ooh, I almost fell. I know I almost fell. Yeah, I almost fell. When's the next Suns versus Bucks game? Benjamin's all in my pockets. I traded in my shoes for some Robins. You playing better. What was that sound? Hold on a second. How the golly, hold on. Okay, so what am I finna do? I mean, what should I do? Shoot, what should I do? Okay, I think this might be a good stopping point. Golly, my neck is itchy, bro. Alright, I think I'm finna stop right here. Let me go inside my house so I don't get murked. Actually, no, I need to make a furnace first. I need to make a furnace first. Alright. Alright, let me make this sand into glass. Where do I want my windows to be? So I need 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. I need 8 pieces of glass. Y'all finna do to myself. No, sir. That's right. The music kind of hard. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all hear that? Boom. I don't need no more. I don't need no more. Okay, let me just put this glass. Make some windows. Boom. My friendly abode, you feel me? Alright, I think this is a good stopping point. I think I'm gonna just play Fall Guys, a couple rounds of Fall Guys, and I'm gonna wrap the stream up. One second, y'all. Let's get to it. I ain't never seen this one before. This is new. To me, at least. Okay. One, go. What the heck? Okay, okay, I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I'm so good at this game. Okay. Yeah, I'm going around, bro. Okay. Okay, I'm chilling, I'm chilling. The odds is really against me right now, bro. Ooh. Boom. W. 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 He's a sweat, bro. He ain't even win. I'm finna take the W. Da 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 da. Stupid. Boo. 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 Boom. Already off to a good start. Boom. Okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. I did it. What is he doing? Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, bro. Okay. Isn't this the winning thing? Isn't this usually like the last one? Oh, I'm at the front. No, 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 no. Who finished? No. They praying on my downfall, bros. That's raps. I think I'm finna put on like a TV show. Hold on, let me find. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Alright, bet. Wait, hold on. Can you solve this? Hold on. Alright, bet. Hold on. See, why does my computer run so slow?
Bad weather always makes its
headphones. I bet. Full screen. Alright. Hold on. Y'all finna get some fresh and so clean. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Golly, why does my computer run so slow?
own adjustments to our lives. In the wind and rain, no one wants to go on a picnic. Under most circumstances, Bad weather always makes its own adjustments to our lives. In the wind and rain, no one wants to go on a picnic. Under most circumstances, no one wants to run even to the nearest store when the elements outside are raging. But what if I told you that the catastrophes that occur here on Earth are nothing compared to what happens on other planets? It's now time to get familiar with one of them. If you're in an armchair, I suggest you grab on tight to the armrests. Don't say I didn't warn you. I won't torment you for long. The Great Red Spot on Jupiter is the very place that we're going to talk about today. It looks like a huge eye on the face of a striped giant, but only from afar does this region seem beautiful and serene. The truth is, this spot is the largest vortex in the entire solar system. It's definitely not worth planning a trip there, even if in the year 2120 you accidentally win a ticket to Jupiter. Just take my word for it. If Jupiter were inhabited, then you'd still probably be dissuaded by the locals themselves from visiting the Great Red Spot. After all, the weather forecast here hasn't changed for several centuries in a row. Thunderstorms, gusts of wind from 400 to 618 kilometers an hour, that's 250 to 384 miles an hour, and hellish heat up to 1,300 degrees Celsius or 2,400 Fahrenheit in its upper atmosphere. For an alien resident, perhaps such a wind speed would be a mere trifle. But for us Earthlings, this is too much. The strongest hurricanes on our planet aren't even half the strength of the whirlwind circling Jupiter. So that you understand what I mean, I'll give you a few examples. At a speed of 88 kilometers or 55 miles an hour, wind can rip tiles off of roofs. At 250
Save up to $500 a year compared to traditional services with YouTube TV.
I've always loved sci-fi and the idea of being right on the edge of discovery and the frontiers of space. And doing exploration in EVE allows me to do all of that stuff. You get to use cloaking devices, probes to scan down unknown parts of space. You get to go to places in space which are dangerous and unknown, and discover valuable ancient relics from long-dead civilizations. You could even go into wormholes which take you into unknown parts of space. You could see a pulsar or a magnetar putting out waves, a furious black hole with a massive glowing red event horizon around it. And it really reminds you of where you are in space and how far away you are from the recognizable surroundings of your home system. It's an incredible feeling. You just feel like you're living on the edge of space, right on the frontier. And there's always the threat of being discovered by another player who might be out hunting explorers. And even if you do get discovered, even if you are spotted, the feeling of achievement and the feeling of narrowly missing a sticky end is unbelievable. That threat is what makes it a challenge. A lot of what I've done in EVE is just following content that presents itself because of what I've chosen to do. It's all part of exploration. It's not knowing what kind of profession it's going to lead me to or what kind of activity it's going to inspire me to follow. It's perfect to give you a taste of what EVE's got to offer.
.2 kilometers or 156 miles an hour, it can turn cars. And in order to lift a person weighing 80 kilograms or 176 pounds from the ground, generally a wind of just over 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour is enough. I'm scared to imagine what would happen to our planet if the Great Red Spot suddenly decided to relocate to Earth. But where did this anticyclone come from? It all begins in Jupiter's atmosphere, which consists of constantly moving gases of different temperatures. They permeate the entire planet up and down, and there isn't a single obstacle in their path. The fact is that there's simply no solid surface on Jupiter to stop this centuries-old storm. Merging and twisting gas flows create gigantic vortices. Several of these storms once, very long ago, formed the Great Red Spot. When exactly this happened, no one knows, but it's believed that the first observations date back to the 17th century. And here's an interesting fact for you. For many years, the whole world thought that the spot was of a solid nature and was something like a crater or mountain. But in 1979, the legendary probe Voyager 1 finally brought us clarity. In detailed images of the spot that it sent to Earth, it was clearly visible. It represents an atmospheric formation. By the way, the spot has no permanent place of residence. It slowly moves along the equator, occasionally swallowing smaller storms that cross its path. But despite being fed by other storms, the red spot is slowly but surely decreasing in size. Even 100 years ago, it was about twice as large and significantly brighter. It's moving higher and higher, covering the new layers of the planet's atmosphere. But even now, the spot is still striking in size. It could easily swallow the Earth. And even then, there would still be space left over inside of it. As for its depth, it's about 300 kilometers or 186 miles. This, incidentally, is 50 to 100 times deeper than any earthly ocean. An interesting fact is that the spot, in a sense, lives according to its own laws. This is indicated by the nature of the gas movement inside the vortex. It rotates counterclockwise and makes a full revolution in 6 Earth days. At one point of latitude, it's maintained by 2 streams of air flowing in opposite directions. But scientists today have serious concerns that this factory for the production of storms may completely stop functioning in about 70 years, simply because its main element, the anticyclone, will disappear without a trace. It's impossible not to notice this region on the surface of Jupiter. This formation is the only bright spot on the pale gas giant. But what makes the vortex red? In fact, the spot first turns pale and then becomes red. Why it's red isn't completely clear. According to the most popular hypothesis, chemical reactions in which ammonia and acetylene enter it under the influence of solar ultraviolet radiation give the spot its color. But the spot has one more superpower, which scientists just recently learned about. Previously, researchers couldn't explain why the outer layer of the atmosphere of Jupiter is so hot. After all, it's millions of kilometers or miles from the sun. Nevertheless, the temperature here is hundreds of degrees higher than what it should be. It turns out that it's not only the polar lights at the poles that warm the planet. The Great Red Spot, like a giant stove, provides heat to the largest planet in the solar system. This occurs as a result of its gravitational or acoustic waves. These form due to turbulence in the atmosphere above the giant anticyclone. In general, our object of study is a whole separate world larger than the Earth, where furious speeds, temperatures, and high pressures are competing with each other. But this spot, as it turns out, isn't the only one of its kind in the solar system. The Great White Spot on Saturn, of course, cannot boast of the same consistency as the spot on Jupiter. However, wind speeds here can reach 500 kilometers or 311 miles an hour. In almost 150 years of observing this spot, it has appeared and disappeared 8 times. And each time it disappears, it's in no hurry to reappear, allowing itself to rest for about 30 years. That's a long time here on Earth. but in terms of Saturn's calendar, we can say the large white spot appears approximately once a year. In appearance, it's more like a white comet with a really long tail that encircles the entire planet. And unlike the spot on Jupiter, powerful thunderstorms rage here. Even more elusive is the Great Dark Spot, located on Neptune. Its lifespan was even shorter and lasted only about 5 years. It may have existed for much longer, but it wasn't discovered until 1989. The wind speed around this spot is simply stupefying. 2,100 kilometers or 1,300 miles an hour. And its size is comparable to the size of our planet. It's a pity that this unique phenomenon can no longer be studied as it should be. In 1994, the Great Dark Spot disappeared without a trace, leaving all of its unsolved mysteries behind. But 22 years later, a very similar phenomenon appeared in the northern hemisphere of the planet. Now, perhaps this one will linger there longer and give us an opportunity to see it better. As it turns out, by the end of the 21st century, the only remnants of the Great Red Spot will be its Wikipedia pages, and Jupiter will have transformed and developed a solid surface. After all, its main source of heat, which has warmed the planet for many centuries, will cease to exist. Though scientists say it's too early to draw any conclusions. No one knows exactly how and when the largest vortex in the solar system will disappear. It could become more compact and round, and it could then save itself. Or perhaps, on the contrary, it could swell after accidentally swallowing another smaller storm. In any case, even if the fate of the Great Red Spot is predetermined, no one can exclude the birth of another one. The spot could be replaced by the currently developing anticyclone Oval BA, the same reddish patch located south of its older and larger neighbor. Or maybe some other storm will be born. Time will put everything in its place. What do you think? What will happen to Jupiter's main attraction? Drop us a line in the comments, and don't forget to like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. We often hear about astronauts who've gone into or returned from orbit. Such flight is a test of strength, a huge risk, defying the laws of physics. But humans aren't the first living beings to have been in space. The real pioneers were animals. Different creatures, from mice to monkeys, opened the door to the stars for humanity. But what happened to them? Scientists don't like to talk about it, and it's not for no reason. In this video, you'll learn the fate of the real first cosmonauts. You'll find out what information is usually suppressed and the reason for this secrecy. You'll find out what actually led to successfully sending a person into space and what the true price of progress is. Progress that's measured in the lives of animals. Before sending people into space, we needed to find out its effect on living beings. But we couldn't risk people's lives right away. So animals came to the rescue. They've been used in aeronautical research since the late 18th century. Back then, a ram, a duck, and a rooster were sent up in a balloon. Every single one of the participants in these experiments survived. In general, that's nothing surprising. But let's move beyond the era before the airplane. We're interested in space. The first living creatures specially sent into space were common fruit flies. They traveled aboard an American V-2 rocket and returned to Earth alive. The overload didn't hurt such tiny creatures. And then 2 years later, a monkey was sent into space. It was necessary to study the effect of microgravity on the vertebrate organism. And what could be closer to a human than a monkey? The subject was a rhesus macaque named Albert II. Albert I was also sent up and could have become the first ape in space, but its rocket didn't go high enough. At the same time, almost all of the documentation related to the flight is missing, perhaps for a reason. Albert II's flight ended tragically. The parachute failed. The macaque crashed upon landing, and this animal wasn't the only victim. At the time, scientists tried sending apes into space quite often. They were implanted with different sensors. The animals were given a sedative before launch. The mortality rate among monkeys at this stage was very high. About 2/3 of them died on missions or shortly after landing. Now, imagine these numbers for launches involving people. The first mouse in space also turned out to be a sacrifice. The V2 rocket it was flying in crashed. Other space mice were also unlucky. Few of them could have expected to live long and happy lives, but this was only the beginning. On the 22nd of July, 1951, the Soviet Union launched a rocket to an altitude of 101 kilometers, or 62 miles, with dogs named Tsigan and Dizik on board. These were the first superior animals to survive such a flight. Information about these dogs was kept in the strictest secrecy for 40 years. Only then did it become clear that Dizik only lived 1 week after he returned to Earth. He died on his next mission. Tsigan was more fortunate. He lived another 10 years. But there was a trip to orbit ahead, and this one was fatal. An ordinary stray dog named Laika became the first animal to enter the orbit of our planet. At first, she spent a long time in the onboard mock-up, and before the flight, she also underwent an operation to implant breath and pulse sensors. But scientists already knew that Laika wouldn't return to Earth. In orbit, about 7 hours after launch, she died. This was due to overheating and tremendous stress. It's simply impossible to imagine. How does it feel for a small dog to be in orbit when it's completely surrounded by lifeless, dangerous space? Some believe that the lack of a thermoregulation system is to blame for Laika's death. According to another version, she died as a result of an interruption in her oxygen supply. There are many possibilities, some more terrible than others. With the dog's body on board, the satellite made more than 2,000 orbits around the planet before burning up in the atmosphere. People were told about Laika as if she was still alive. The truth was revealed much later. After Laika's flight, scientists attempted sending other dogs, monkeys, rabbits, frogs, and mice into space. Not all managed to even leave the ground. The rockets often exploded during launch, but this didn't stop scientists' efforts. After Laika's tragic flight, they decided to send other dogs into orbit. They needed to be 2 lightly colored and pretty females. The former to make them more visible on the monitors, the latter so the dogs would look good in photos. To do this, the mutt dogs Belka and Strelka were chosen. After heavy training, they spent about 25 hours in orbit, and they were able to return alive. This made Belka and Strelka stars of space exploration. Sometime later, after landing, Strelka gave birth to 6 healthy puppies. Both dogs lived in an aviary at the Institute until the end of their days. They never went into space again. But why dogs? Why did these animals play such an important role in space exploration? They're easily trainable and have good health and can easily survive even in terrible conditions. There have been some famous apes as well. Ham became the first chimpanzee astronaut. He helped scientists prove that simple tasks can be performed in space. Ham's fate can be called lucky. he survived. After his flight, he lived in various zoos for 17 years. There's a grave in the Museum of Space History in memory of him. Finally, it was time to take a chance. On April 12, 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first human to go into space. It seemed that experimenting on animals was finished. But in 1969, the macaque Bonnie was supposed to spend a month in orbit. But his health drastically deteriorated and he had to be returned to Earth. A day after landing, Bonnie died. Despite this, his flight helped people better understand the impact of space on the body. Many animals have been in space. Only about 30 monkeys have been sent. The exact number of dogs that the USSR has launched into space is probably impossible to count, but there were still other creatures. Felicette became the first cat to visit outer space. To monitor her condition during the flight, electrodes were implanted in Felicette's brain. The Astrocat was able to enter zero gravity and make it back alive. After the flight, scientists studied Felicette for several months, and then, unfortunately, she died. And here's an interesting fact. All of the cats involved in that space program had no names. This was done so that scientists didn't get attached to the animals. But after her successful flight, Felicette received her name. Turtles have also conquered space. They were one of the first Earth creatures to fly around the moon. Bion 7 had 10 newts on board. They'd had part of their front limbs amputated. This is how scientists studied regeneration rates in space. In 1990, China launched guinea pigs into space. In the future, it will become less likely that people resort to using mammals. These days, they're using insects, amphibians, and other such creatures, most of which have returned to Earth alive. Over time, space travel is becoming safer for all of us. Throughout the history of space exploration, people have used animals. But despite the losses, these animals have taught scientists a lot. These furry astronauts gave their lives in the name of technological progress, and they opened the way to the stars for us. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And click on the bell to receive timely notifications about the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead.
Taylor calling. Where are we? Both compasses have stopped working. Lieutenant, we should have seen Florida 20 minutes ago. We're running out of fuel. The engine is about to stall. All links, attention. Prepare for a water landing. I've already requested help. They'll get us out of here. We can't do it, Commander. The plane's going down too fast. Lieutenant, it's still here.
On the 5th of December, 1945, Flight 19 disappeared without a trace in the sky over the Atlantic Ocean. 300 planes and more than 20 ships took part in the search and rescue operation. But 5 Avenger bombers with full crews and an experienced commander seemed to simply disappear into thin air. This event is still considered the strangest in the history of world aviation. But when you find out the location of this incident, everything will become clearer to you. After all, this event was the beginning of the legends of the Bermuda Triangle. Today, you're going to learn a little more about this and the other most dangerous places on the planet. A deadly lake with petrified corpses of birds and animals. A desolate island of snakes where only someone bent on suicide would land. A road of death on slippery clay between a sheer cliff and a bottomless abyss. Hell's cauldron and sulfur-poisoned air in our real world. The highest mountain on the planet where people climb past hundreds of frozen corpses. Well, let's go. The Bermuda Triangle is located in the Sargasso Sea in the Atlantic Ocean. The facts about it are shocking. The disappearance of about 100 ships in the 20th century alone. Empty ships abandoned by their crews. Planes that disappeared without a trace. Indeed, in the Bermuda Triangle, danger lurks at every turn. Reefs and shoals in the most unexpected places. Methane emissions from the ocean floor. Impenetrable fogs on the border of atmospheric fronts. Currents that carry ships into the unknown. Deadly hurricanes traveling 400 feet per second. Tornadoes generating enormous water columns. Infrasound, which is generated by the ocean and causes panic and waking nightmares among crews. Just one of the natural conditions of the Bermuda Triangle is enough to rid anyone's desire to travel on the Sargasso Sea. It's not for nothing that they spread rumors about it, as if a teleport to a parallel universe is in effect here. But I won't dwell on this, because I personally haven't checked it. Let's move on. Here's another body of water, much smaller in size, but no less dangerous. Before you is Bloody Lake Natron in northern Tanzania. The bright red color of the water in it is explained by the activity of microorganisms that stain the salt crust on its surface. Rainwater washes away huge amounts of calcium carbonate from a nearby volcano, which the Egyptians used to mummify bodies. The temperature of this solution reaches 120 degrees, which turns the lake into a giant chemical test tube. The poisonous contents of the lake guarantee a chemical burn if you try to touch its surface. It would cause extreme pain and require immediate professional help. But if you slipped and fell into this aqueous solution, well, it's better to see for yourself what would happen. These are the carcasses of careless birds and animals that the lake instantly killed and then mummified. It soaked their tissues in a cocktail of chemical compounds that stopped the processes of rotting and decomposition forever. But a place where no amount of caution could save you is the tiny island of Queimada Grande, state of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Its rocky shores are completely covered with green thickets, and only a single white lighthouse tower indicates that there were once people here. Today, the Brazilian authorities have imposed a complete ban on visiting the island, and it's not surprising. For every 11 square feet of territory, there are 5 venomous snakes. They bask on rocks, hang on the branches of bushes, and hide in cracks. If you believe the legends, the lighthouse works in automatic mode after several caretakers and their families died in terrible agony. Queimada Grande, the only place in the world inhabited by the Bothrops insularis, or the golden lancehead snake. Its venom causes tissue necrosis, internal bleeding, and kidney failure. The lancehead's venom can dissolve human tissue, and as such, there's no antidote. But even if you're prudent and stay clear of Snake Island, North Yungas Road could serve you a completely unexpected and foolish death. The Road of Death, connecting the Bolivian cities of La Paz and Coroico. In the rainy season, the washed-out clay sticks to the wheels and makes them slide down. In the hot summer, the dust in the air is a solid wall that blocks visibility. Rock slides from steep cliffs threaten to overturn cars, and the bottomless abyss holds the memory of thousands of people who disappeared in it forever. The abyss used to swallow more than 24 cars every year, and in 1983, it even sucked up a bus and more than 100 passengers at once. Now, the authorities have built a bypass road, and the deadly journey along North Yungas Road is no longer necessary. But tourists still try risking their lives for a memorable photo that may become posthumous. But even more dangers await you in the Danakil Desert in northern Ethiopia. 40,000 square miles of bare-scorched territory of volcanic origin. Volcanoes, geysers, pools of sulfuric acid, salt fields, toxic oil lakes in the hottest place on the planet. Yes, nature has done its best here. The air temperature in the Danakil Desert rarely drops below 120 degrees, and the surface temperature warms up to 160. Even staying for a couple of hours in this hell would cause irreparable damage to your health. The extremely high concentration of sulfur vapors, the toxic fumes of lakes, and the lack of the usual proportion of oxygen in the hot air would burn your lungs if you didn't have time to get away. But even if you held out for some time and came across other people, don't count on receiving help. Local tribes are ready to kill a person without hesitation for a pitiful profit. And now, I suggest we cool off and move to the highest point on our planet, Mount Everest. 29,032 feet of granite and basalt. The average temperature in midsummer is -2 degrees and drops to -76 in winter. Sudden storms with wind gusts of up to 525 feet per second, which can simply blow an expedition off the face of the mountain like a grain of sand. Avalanches, rock falls, steep slopes, precipices and crevices, temporary blindness from glittering snow. This is just a list of deadly dangers that lie in wait on the approaches to the stone giant. But the most dangerous thing that awaits at this extreme altitude is the rarefied atmosphere and oxygen concentration on the verge of making it impossible for the human body to survive. Already at an altitude of 12,000 feet, each breath gives you only 60% of your usual volume of oxygen. Weakness, nausea, and dizziness. You don't yet understand why, but oxygen starvation has begun. Now, let's go even higher, to 20,000 feet. You feel completely powerless. Every step is difficult. Your brain doesn't get enough nutrition, dulls your senses, slows down your reactions, and makes it incredibly difficult to think. The heart tries to support your organs and beats jumping out of your chest. At this altitude, you can't just lie down and relax. Your body only loses strength with each passing hour. It's simply impossible to recover and gain energy. What's next? Beyond 23,000 feet, Only 14 mountain peaks rise above this mark on Earth. At this altitude, the oxygen content in the blood doesn't rise above a quarter of the required level. The heart beats at a frequency of 140 beats per minute. The risk of a heart attack or stroke increases by the minute. Not everyone passes the last 100 feet. But even if you were lucky enough to reach the top, know that most of the dead have lost their lives on the way back. Unable to move, they died in the snow for long hours. No one wanted to help them. The rest of their strength was needed for the long descent. It's every man for himself. But back to comfortable reality. What places on Earth do you think are the most dangerous? Let us know in the comments. And as always, thank you for watching. Moving is like experiencing a fire, flood, and being robbed all at the same time. And I'm merely talking about changing apartments or houses. But what if I say that one day we'll have to move to another planet? For example, to Mars. In truth, this is quite likely, given what's happening on Earth. You've probably heard that the population of our planet is growing faster than nature can produce what we need. Currently, the population of the Earth is about 7.8 billion people. According to scientists, by the year 2057, it will already be 10 billion, and by 2100, almost 11. Have you ever lived in the same apartment or house with 20 or 30 relatives? A similar situation will soon happen on Earth. It's time to think about inhabiting a neighboring planet. For example, Mars. Not Neptune, it's too far away. I must tell you that the number of people inhabiting Earth isn't the only reason to pack our things, jump into a rocket, and rush to another planet. Yes, there are many of us. And yes, there aren't enough resources for everyone. But while we somehow are learning to survive in these conditions and doing it well, what if an asteroid crashed into the Earth? When scientists determine that collisions are unavoidable, we'll have no other choice. We'll have to run. But there's one problem. Okay, not one, but one key problem. In diameter, Mars is half the size of Earth. More precisely, its radius is 53% the radius of our planet. If we compare surface areas, then it doesn't look so bad. The surface area of Mars is 144.37 million square kilometers. That's 55.74 million square miles, which is only 28% that of the Earth. But if we take only the Earth's land into account, excluding the ocean, then its surface area is close to that of Mars. But add here that Mars's mass is only 642 sextillion kilograms. That's 1,415 sextillion pounds, which is 10 times less than the mass of the Earth. Now, these aren't just dry numbers from a textbook. A planet's mass directly influences our ability to survive on it, because mass affects the force of gravity. The longer you live on Mars, the more problems you'll have in your muscles and spine. We're used to completely different loads. And yet this still isn't the main problem. Perhaps people are concerned about the overpopulation of Earth. Well, this problem would be especially more intense on Mars. Where would we all fit? To start, it's worth noting that we wouldn't all immediately fly there in full force. First, a small group would go, for reconnaissance, so to speak. These pioneers would have to prepare everything for the arrival of the main group, which we likely could end up in. The first thing a group of scouts would have to do is set up agriculture. There's absolutely nothing to collect on Mars, so you could forget about hiking the forest for mushrooms and berries. Everything would have to be grown by ourselves. but there's something to rejoice in. According to scientists, under certain conditions, beans, potatoes, and asparagus could take root on Mars, so we wouldn't stay hungry. However, you would have to bring along a stock of products with a long shelf life. You'd need to eat something while waiting for the harvest, and that's no quick matter. So, while you're waiting for the first sprouts, you could start the construction of houses. But what would we build from, you ask? Carrying equipment and building materials would be very expensive. Therefore, scientists are looking for other options. One is 3D printers, but their ink also isn't cheap. So scientists have proposed replacing this with the material which is most abundant on Mars, dust. This would significantly speed up the process and reduce costs. Thus, construction technology and the selection of materials are solvable problems. But where would all those people who'd build the houses from Martian dust live? At NASA, they're already dealing with this issue. In 2016, several companies began developing prototypes for designs that could be brought to Mars. The list of requirements for them is huge, which, in general, isn't surprising. It includes protection against ionizing radiation and the ability to maintain comfortable living conditions, among a whole lot more. Of course, people still have no experience with life on other planets, but the developers are relying on the principles of the life support systems already operating on space stations. Except, perhaps, their tight quarters. Proportions are much smaller there. Everyone needs their own personal space. Let's hope that in the permanent homes for life on Mars, this would be accounted for. So, preparations for the relocation to the Red Planet are in full swing. NASA even has mining covered. For this, they've created a special robot called Razor. In the big picture, it looks like their progress is moving in the right direction. They're giving attention to the smallest details and searching for solutions to potential problems. But some questions regarding life on the Red Planet don't have answers. For example, how would we deal with Mars's atmosphere? You can't stay in the closed confinements of a space station. Before you go out for a walk on Mars, remember that about 95% of the planet's atmosphere is carbon dioxide. This means you couldn't go outside without pressurized spacesuits and oxygen tanks. Mars also doesn't have a global magnetic field comparable to Earth's geomagnetic field. Combined with a thin atmosphere, this means that a significant amount of ionizing radiation reaches its surface. In other words, you need reliable protection for your whole body if moving to Mars is on your to-do list. In addition, in the harsh Martian conditions, there's an extremely unpleasant phenomenon for all humans. All the water that reaches the Red Planet begins boiling at 4 degrees Celsius, or 39.2 Fahrenheit. So the first settlers of Mars, alas, couldn't do without a spacesuit. And the problems don't end there. The temperature on the Red Planet varies greatly. At the poles, it's in the minus 153 degrees Celsius area. That's around minus 243 Fahrenheit. In the daytime, half of the air warms up to 20 degrees Celsius, or about 68 Fahrenheit. And at the equator, even up to 27 degrees Celsius, or about 81 degrees Fahrenheit. So you think you can easily stand the heat and cold? Mars would quickly convince you otherwise. If you want more comparisons of the Red Planet with ours, here's an important fact for you. Mars revolves around the sun more slowly than Earth. So 1 year there takes 669 Martian days, or 687 Earth days. Its seasons are similar, however, they last longer than 3 months. But let's get back to the main question we all gathered here for. How would we all fit on Mars? First, let's calculate how many of us there would be. Not everyone could fly. To go to space, you need to go through some tough training. So if you have health problems, you may not be allowed into space. But imagine we solve this problem somehow. For example, as in the film Passengers, everyone could go to bed in special capsules with full life support. Another problem is that many travelers drop out during the flight. Out of the 45 spacecraft sent to Mars since the 1960s, in 26 cases, something went wrong. Therefore, the risk of flight failure is really serious. Taking off can also lead to a disaster. But even still, there may not be enough space on Mars, so what could we do? Unfortunately, scientists still don't have an answer. One suggestion is to create underground dwellings. By building a series of tunnels connecting the underground habitats, colonists could abandon oxygen tanks and pressurized suits while away from home, so all is not lost. It's possible that you could be among those who first moved to Mars. Despite the many difficulties that await migrants, people talk about moving to Mars. For example, Elon Musk, who was going to colonize the Red Planet and turn Earthlings into a multi-planetary civilization. This was one of the key goals of creating SpaceX. Over time, many of the problems facing life on Mars could still be overcome through the use of geoengineering, or rather terraforming. Using organisms like cyanobacteria and phytoplankton, colonists could gradually convert most of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into breathable oxygen. It's also possible that we could use orbital mirrors to heat the surface and bombard the red planet with comets. Regardless of the method, all existing options for terraforming Mars could make it inhabitable for humans in the long term. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell so notifications of new, interesting videos arrive on time. The Big Bang created the universe, and after just 14 billion years, you're watching this video. Is this all correct? It is indeed so. Says Stephen Hawking. The Big Bang created an infinite number of parallel universes, and each of them with its own galaxies, black holes, and possibly great civilizations. Today, this theory implies that the physical laws in all worlds must be the same, which means that the universes are similar, but can develop in different ways. As a result, on a general scale, our universe is like an infinite fractal, with a mosaic of different pocket universes, in each of which events develop slightly differently compared to the neighboring one. Just imagine, in one parallel universe, all life on our planet was destroyed by a giant asteroid. Shockwaves, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, fires. In the end, we don't exist, and the empty Earth rotates senselessly around the sun. In another world, the gravity of Jupiter pushed our planet out of the solar system, and the frozen ball of Earth is flying millions of years through the darkness and cold to nowhere. Or perhaps somewhere, the dinosaurs created a powerful civilization, and now one of them is watching a video about the causes of mammal extinction. Now, pay attention. The most riddled takeaway. All of these events in parallel worlds are happening simultaneously, right now, while you're watching this video. This isn't the only theory that suggests the existence of an infinite number of worlds. For example, Hugh Everett created his own interpretation of quantum mechanics. The fact is that every recorded event actually creates a new universe every moment of our lives. It might be easier to explain in this way. If you switched channels and stopped watching the video up to this point, then you would actually exist in a parallel universe in relation to yourself now, who would watch the video to the end. Moreover, if we consider this experiment from the point of view of killing the legendary Schrödinger cat, it turns out that the cat is immortal. After all, the cat, as an observer, always sees only one universe, the one in which he by chance survived. Thus, quantum mechanics considers the multiverse like a bunch of giant fireworks, in which every moment more and more flashes continue to multiply, and each of them is a new universe. I'm sure that in most of them, you continue watching this video, because we found out that while you're watching, you're immortal. So, let's move on. According to some theories, there are universes in which all physical laws and constants differ from the usual and known to us. Our existence depends on a variety of fine-tuning, the value of which seem to be something taken for granted. But if you change the fundamental and familiar things just a little bit, everything would end, says Andre Lind, a member of the National Academy of Sciences. For example, if protons were only 2,000ths more massive, they would be unstable and would break up into simpler particles. There would be no atoms in the universe, and no us. Another example is that if gravity were increased, gravity would compress the stars, making them hotter and denser. Instead of existing for billions of years, the stars would burn their fuel for a few million and go out before life had a chance to develop. So, the fundamental properties of our universe are set up in the best way for the existence of life. And according to the theory of the multiverse, physicists view our familiar world as one of countless worlds in which physical laws and constants have randomly provided the possibility of the emergence of life. But this kind of theory has a small flaw. Most of the other worlds in this multiverse are not only lifeless, but simply empty, dark, and dead. So, parallel worlds with fantastic elves and unicorns are unlikely to be able to develop there. But this is inaccurate. After all, if we assume the existence of life within completely different forms unknown to us, which are formed, for example, within the dark matter, and are built according to completely different laws, then everything becomes much more interesting. For example, such a super popular direction in physics, string theory, also directly points to the possibility of the existence of a multiverse. To imagine what strings we're talking about, just imagine a logical sequence. Any substance consists of molecules, molecules of atoms, atoms of protons, neutrons, and electrons, and those of quarks. Finally, string theory says that quarks are made up of tiny, twisting strands of energy that resemble strings. Each of these strings is so small that if the atom were enlarged to the size of the solar system, the string would be the size of a tree. Just as the different vibrations of the strings of a musical instrument create music, the different ways in which these strands of energy vibrate give the particles their unique properties and ultimately give rise to all the fundamental forces in the universe: gravitational, electromagnetic, and other types of interactions. As a result of mathematical calculations, Joe Polchinski and Raphael Busso from the University of California found that the basic equations of string theory can have an astronomical number of different solutions, more than 10 to the power of 1,000. To give you a rough idea of the scale of this number, I'll tell you one fact. The number of atoms in the entire visible universe does not exceed the number 10 to the power of 80. Each solution to these string vibration equations represents a unique way to describe the universe, and they will all be correct. These strings are like tiny rubber bands that can twist, stretch, and contract in all sorts of ways. All this, however, doesn't mean that they can't play the symphony of the universe, because these threads, according to string theorists, consist of everything that exists. Leonard Susskind, a professor of theoretical physics at Stanford University, considers it an obvious fact that various solutions to string theory describe a huge variety of real universes, among which our universe is the only one that was born with the right physics for our kind of life. Apart from the question of how and why the universe is tuned exactly to us, scientists are still unable to explain many other things. For example, antimatter. The science of cosmology, which studies the evolution of the universe and its properties, believes that in the universe there should be equal parts of matter and antimatter. But in fact, in the visible part of the universe, it simply isn't so. To solve this paradox, scientists at the Canadian Institute of Theoretical Physics created a theory of the mirror universe. According to this theory, our universe can only be a mirror image of a parallel world. The new model suggests that two symmetrical universes formed during the Big Bang. In one, where we live, time flowed in the usual way. And the other, a mirror began to recede into the past with the same speed. After calculating all of the possible pairs, physicists came to the conclusion that the anti-universe must be extremely similar to our own, but is not an exact copy of it. Lastly, the idea of a multiverse isn't new. Ancient Indian religious texts, for example, are filled with descriptions of many parallel worlds. And the ancient Greeks claimed that there are an infinite number of worlds scattered in the same infinite void. Unfortunately, all this still cannot be confirmed or refuted experimentally. For scientists, parallel worlds exist only as mathematical models. However, I'm personally inspired by the fact that the very concept of the multiverse is not considered pseudoscientific speculation, but the subject of controversy in scientific circles and scientists of various fields. Who knows? Maybe all my videos about
what if the supercontinent Pangea came back?
Or
what if we blew up all nuclear weapons in space
were suddenly happening in real time in parallel universes and randomly flying into my head in the form of imagination? Let me know about your most insane versions in the comments. How do you think our universe is really built? And as always, thank you for watching. Who do you think might be the king of selfies? Maybe your neighbor or colleague who posts a dozen new photos to their feed every day. Not so fast. A few years ago, this title went to the Curiosity rover. It masterfully produces panoramic selfies on Mars. Thanks to the talents of this unusual photojournalist, we now have many interesting pictures from a world where the human foot has never stepped. But the possibilities of the rovers don't end there. What can these robots do, and how do they work? I've studied all of this, and I'm ready to share it with you. The very first serviceable rover was the American rover Sojourner, which landed on Mars in 1997. It weighed about 10 kilograms or 22 pounds, a mere crumb. But it had real wheels, and it could overcome obstacles up to 20 centimeters or 7.9 inches high, and climb slopes up to 45 degrees. Compared to earlier models of Mars rovers, this was a breakthrough in engineering. Instead of wheels, previous rovers that failed to conquer the planet had skis. Scientists expected that on skis, the rover would be able to easily move along any surface. After all, data on Martian soil didn't exist yet. But honestly, the idea was mediocre. What else was available to the first conqueror of Mars? It had a platform with a solar battery providing energy to the rover and 3 radioisotope heater units. These were designed to maintain the temperature in the electronics unit. The rover itself didn't transmit signals to Earth. To do this, it had a base station with an antenna and a very modest range, only 500 meters or 1,640 feet. Even then, the rover was equipped with cameras, and to study the soil of the planet, it had a spectrometer. Do you want to see the first photo from the surface of Mars? Here it is. You'll laugh, but this pioneer didn't travel more than 100 meters or 330 feet in 85 days. But this distance was enough for some amazing discoveries. The main thing it was able to determine is that at one time, Mars was warm enough to support liquid water. The little rover fulfilled its mission and retired into a well-deserved rest. The following rovers didn't land on the red planet until almost 7 years later. These were just 2 rovers sent to Mars about a month apart from each other. The Spirit and Opportunity devices significantly surpassed their predecessor in both weight and capabilities. In order to smoothly land rovers weighing 185 kilograms, that's 408 pounds, the engineers had to customize a parachute along with airbags for them. With these new devices, scientists expected a breakthrough in the geological exploration of Mars. Therefore, the rovers were equipped with 3 spectrometers, a rock abrasion tool, and a magnet for collecting magnetic dust particles. Analysis of the soil of the red planet confirmed scientists' hypotheses about the existence of water here in the past. The second-generation Mars rovers, like their predecessor, had solar panels, but they were more powerful. And in addition to radioisotope heaters, there were electric ones. They were used to heat the indoor unit with electronics. As for controlling the rover as a whole, robots are quite autonomous. You might think that they're controlled remotely in real time, but no, that's not the case. A signal from Mars needs about 4 to 24 minutes to reach the Earth. Therefore, in online mode, the devices wouldn't even last a couple of minutes. Because of the signal delay, they could, for example, travel off course and get stuck in the ground. For this reason, every day before starting work, rovers receive a daily schedule from the Earth. Take a panoramic picture of an object, take a sample, and analyze the soil. Drive to some rocks. You might be surprised, but they even have an onboard alarm clock that wakes the equipment up early in the morning. Having received the task, the rovers plot the route to point B themselves. In this, they're helped by cameras, navigational ones with a wide viewing angle, and hazard avoidance cameras. Having completed their work, rovers rush to transmit data to Earth. Around Mars, special orbiting satellites constantly rotate. Through these, a communication session with the engineers takes place. The results obtained form the basis of the rover's plan for the next day. But back to our twins. These nimble rovers worked much longer than the planned 90 days. Their mission lasted a total of 15 years and ended only at the beginning of 2019. At that time, the Curiosity rover was already operating on the red planet. It can surely be called a giant among such devices. Its weight is 899 kilograms. That's 1,982 pounds. In order to lower it to the surface of Mars, engineers had to come up with a technology called the Sky Crane System. The car-sized machine landed gently on its wheels, suspended by nylon tethers. This third-generation rover was not equipped with solar panels. Instead, the rover has a radioisotope thermoelectric generator, or RTG, running almost on perfect fuel, plutonium-238. Its minimum service life is 14 years. Therefore, now the rover's work no longer depends on the time of day nor weather, as was the case with previous generations of Mars rovers. As for the insides of the rover, it's a real autonomous scientific laboratory. Its many cameras, spectrometers, augers, and microscopes wouldn't surprise anyone, but its ChemCam is a curious little thing. It's an infrared laser that can vaporize rock and analyze the spectrum of emitted light. The rover still has a lot of work to do, but soon it'll be joined by its almost complete twin, the Perseverance rover. Its landing is scheduled for February 2021. It will descend to the surface of Mars with modified wheels and an updated set of tools and a sampling system. But that's not the main point. For the first time, an unmanned aerial vehicle will be sent to the Red Planet together with a rover. This will be the Ingenuity helicopter. A device weighing less than 2 kilograms or 4 pounds is more like a compact drone. But despite its size, it has an important mission: to study the atmosphere of the planet. This is necessary so that in the future, more powerful helicopters can be sent here for aerial reconnaissance of Mars. Mars rovers have made a lot of discoveries, but it has cost humans a lot of effort. For a long time, Mars was extremely unfriendly to any device that approached it. Of the 56 attempts to conquer the Red Planet, only 26 have been successful. Probes and rovers have crashed on the hard surface of Mars or flown past it. It took engineers years to perfect the technology. But even after landing on the planet, still almost anything can happen. The Sojourner rover, for example, could still be traversing Martian soil, but its substation failed and stopped its mission. The twins, Spirit and Opportunity, went into hibernation for a long time due to dust storms because their solar panels couldn't generate enough power to work. Later, the developers of the rovers admitted that the devices weren't designed for such weather conditions. On the current Conqueror of Mars, the Curiosity rover, its weak point is its wheels. They already have damage and scuffs, and this can't be fixed from here on Earth. And the mission ExoMars, scheduled for 2022, is generally shrouded in mystery. Initially, the lander crashed on the hard surface of Mars, which itself was supposed to lower a rover to the surface later on. Then, during testing on Earth, the parachute system began to fail. Now, scientists are working on the development of new research robots. They can fold and unfold like origami figures and pass through areas ordinary rovers can't. It turns out that in a couple of years, the number of Mars explorers will have dramatically increased. I believe that with such a well-coordinated team, they'll definitely find traces of life. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. And your like and subscription to the channel are the only things that can save us from all of the Martian dust in this video. What do you think of when you hear the word giant, Niagara Falls, Mount Everest, or maybe the Andromeda Galaxy? There are 4 planets in our solar system that are called giants. The largest of them is Jupiter. To understand its size, imagine this. All the inner planets, namely Mercury, Venus, Mars, and our native Earth, are only 0.4% of the mass of all the planets in the solar system. Do you know how much of the total mass went to Jupiter? 71%. That is, Jupiter is many times more massive than any other object in our planetary system. But the most interesting thing is that Jupiter is a ready-made thermonuclear bomb of monstrous power, and not just a piece of stone hanging in space. This means it remains to be blown up properly. The planet belongs to the so-called gas giants. It's mainly composed of hydrogen and helium, just like our sun, which burns due to continuous thermonuclear reactions. What if such a reaction were triggered on Jupiter? If we ignited the combustible gases and dust in Jupiter's atmosphere with an ordinary match, would the planet be engulfed in universal flames, and would there be an explosion? In fact, in the atmosphere of Jupiter, about 250,000 such matches are lit every second. Or rather, meteors. They're attracted to the planet from space and burn up in the atmosphere. But this doesn't lead to ignition, because there's no free oxygen on the gas giant. And fire doesn't burn without oxygen. Try lighting a candle and covering it tightly with a glass flask. You'll notice that after a few seconds, it goes out, because all the oxygen in the flask simply burns up. Hydrogen, which makes up almost 90% of the planet, is explosive only in the presence of oxygen. So we can't start a thermonuclear reaction with a normal match. Jupiter simply doesn't have the kind of fire we're used to seeing on Earth. If it could be set on fire, small meteors would have done so long ago. But matches aren't the most technologically advanced invention of mankind. We could try to start a thermonuclear reaction with something more powerful. For example, a nuclear bomb. In fact, we don't need to detonate a bomb on Jupiter to know what would happen. Over the past 30 years, the planet has experienced such terrible disasters, even the most powerful nuclear warhead on Earth wouldn't be able to repeat them. In 1994, astronomers, for the first time in history, were able to record the collision of a large cosmic body with a planet in the solar system. From the 16th to the 22nd of July, a veritable apocalypse was taking place on Jupiter. 21 fragments of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 hit the gas giant, causing severe surface disturbances. In less than a week, the southern hemisphere of Jupiter was covered with traces of collisions. The biggest disaster occurred on the morning of July 18th. After the largest fragment of the comet hit, a dark spot with a diameter of 7,500 miles appeared on the planet. This is only 450 miles less than the diameter of the Earth. However, Jupiter was unharmed. Astronomers observed explosions of up to 6 million megatons. This is 750 times more powerful than an explosion of all the nuclear weapons that man has managed to create. But the traces of the disaster disappeared from the surface of the giant planet within a week. This isn't the only case of a bombardment of the surface of Jupiter by cosmic bodies. In the year 2009, another object, presumably a comet, collided with the planet. The impact caused a dark spot the size of the Pacific Ocean to appear on the surface. But even this wasn't enough to start a chain thermonuclear reaction. So, even if we sent all the nuclear bombs to Jupiter and detonated them, there would be no apocalypse. However, there is one but. There's a theory on the explosion of giant planets. It says that humans could destroy Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune with their own hands. If you organized a nuclear explosion not on the surface of the planet, but deep inside it, you could start a chain thermonuclear reaction. With that, after the explosion of Jupiter, humanity reality, in theory, would come to an end. It's all about metallic hydrogen, which is stored under monstrous pressure in the bowels of giant planets. If you're tormented by the question of what the ecological fuel of the future may be, the answer can be found inside hydrogen planets. The fact is that during the transition of solid hydrogen to the usual molecular phase, about 20 times more energy is released than when it's burned. Having a very small fuel block of metallic hydrogen, it would be possible to provide energy to a whole house for several years. A future where Terminators live on self-sufficiently for hundreds of years may become a reality. Although the existence of metallic hydrogen was predicted as early as the 1930s, it was only possible to obtain it in extremely small quantities in 2016 by scientists at Harvard University. However, their achievement was rather coldly received in the scientific community. It was only recently that French physicists confirmed that solid hydrogen exists and can be produced on Earth. However, for this, we have to create a pressure of 4 million atmospheres. Let's go back to the explosion of Jupiter. On September 21st, 2003, NASA decided to sink the Galileo space probe into the planet's atmosphere. On board the spacecraft were 26 pounds of radioactive plutonium-238, though it only takes 22 pounds to start a chain reaction. According to unconfirmed reports, an explosion occurred inside Jupiter, which left a large black spot on its surface. This is according to the American writer Richard Hoagland. But, in fact, as NASA says, the shadow of the satellite fell into the frame of the telescope, and it has nothing to do with the explosion. At the same time, Richard himself is a supporter of various conspiracy theories and often publishes provocative articles. So draw your own conclusions. In reality, Jupiter could still be blown up. However, to do this, you would need to send a nuclear bomb the size of the moon to its core. Then, purely hypothetically, a self-sustaining thermonuclear fusion reaction could occur. From such an explosion, the gas giant would simply be blown apart, and there would be a large-scale catastrophe for the entire solar system. Jupiter's explosion would be similar to a supernova explosion, but on a smaller scale. A huge amount of thermal energy and radiation would be released into outer space. Solar wind currents would be disrupted, and most planets would permanently change their orbits. The Earth, as we know it, would cease to exist. After the explosion, we would lose the ozone layer, along with the rest of the atmosphere, and inevitably die from cosmic radiation. And in the sky, for a long time, the consequences of the explosion would be visible to the naked eye. But there would be no one to see the spectacle. Only one question remains. If Jupiter has so much hydrogen, why doesn't it turn into a star instead of remaining a planet? This is because the mass of the gas giant remains too small for such a transformation. Hydrogen in stars is in a plasma state. That is, it's heated to extreme temperatures due to reactions in the core. Jupiter could be a star if it were 18 times larger. Then the temperature inside the planet would reach 18 million degrees Fahrenheit, and we would see another bright star in the sky. One thing we know for sure, in our lifetime, no matter how hard we try, we won't be able to blow up Jupiter. Therefore, don't be afraid to leave the house because of a supernova explosion. It's better to wait until dark. Take a small telescope and look at the largest planet in the solar system with your own eyes. And as always, thank you for watching. As a child, I was impressed by the legend of the flood. The life of our civilization was coming to an end. The days of the people were numbered. The water level rose higher and higher, and the last of the people on the mountain peaks were drenched in rain. People who were punished for disobeying an angry deity didn't know their guilt. They just wanted to live. They just loved their children. They just wanted to go back to their homes. From a scientific point of view, all the water on the planet isn't enough to drown all life. But what, by and large, is the difference between them and us? After all, if a monstrous element flooded your city or your country or an entire continent, could you survive? Or would the fate of Noah be waiting for only a lucky few? It happened on the morning of December 26, 2004, 100 miles west of the island of Sumatra. Millions of years leading up to this day, an ancient confrontation between giants had gone unnoticed. The Indian Plate, which was once part of the supercontinent Gondwana, had been pressing with increasing force on the neighboring Eurasian Plate, squeezing it and trying to push it up from a depth of 19 miles until the growing tension shot out like a compressed spring. The ancient gigantic plates slipped relative to each other, and the monstrous impact of the seafloor was thrown up and arched up several feet for almost 1,000 miles. The point where the cataclysm occurred is part of the Pacific Ring of Fire. More than 80% of the largest earthquakes on the planet occur here, and tectonic plate shifts have occurred regularly over several centuries. However, at that time, there was no system for early detection of a tsunami in the Indian Ocean, or a system for notifying the population in coastal areas, and carefree tourists continued to enjoy sunbathing on golden sand, playing with children, and diving into the incredibly beautiful and safe ocean. Huge masses of water received this earthquake of incredible strength and moved from the epicenter towards the coast. Tad Murty, ex-president of the Tsunami Society, estimated the total energy of these waves at 5 megatons in TNT equivalent. This is twice the total power of all the ammunition detonated during the Second World War, including 2 atomic bombs. But in the first hours after the quake, the wave height didn't exceed 20 inches. Meeting such a wave in the open ocean, a ship wouldn't even have felt the pitching. But when the front of the wave began to slow down on the shallow coastal water, the height of the wave increased sharply with each passing moment. By the time the residents of the coast and tourists saw the incredibly monstrous wave and realized that it was bringing death to all living things, its height had reached 50 feet. This water monster struck an unexpected blow on the coasts of Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, Thailand, and other countries. People relaxing on the warm sand under the hot sun, sleeping under the air conditioning of their rooms, making their choices on the menu before breakfast at a local restaurant, were all caught off guard. In the first seconds, the dark gray wall of water demolished the beach of sun chairs and umbrellas with ease, without any resistance. Within a minute or two, it was crushing overpasses, hurling cars, destroying man-made metal and concrete. It didn't even matter who could swim better. The flood of overturned cars, uprooted palm trees, and thousands of tons of smaller debris swallowed up everything in its path, dragged it several miles inland, and dumped everything there, regardless of the twisted metal and corpses. An hour after the catastrophe, those lucky enough to survive the first killer blow continued to die without medical attention in destroyed buildings, under fallen trees, and from their injuries just lying in the mud. Only a day later was first aid able to break through the garbage barricades built by the giant wave and help those who managed to survive to that point. Later, it was estimated that 300,000 people drowned on the coast, were left under the rubble of buildings, or were crushed by the flood. Some of them were never found and are considered missing. The greedy ocean must have taken their bodies when the water receded. It's a terrible tragedy, but it seems that such a tsunami cannot threaten all of humanity, only certain regions. But what if the source of the wave isn't an earthquake, but something more terrible? This is the ancient crater Chicxulub. Its monstrous size is 112 miles in diameter, and its original depth is up to 12 miles. It was formed almost 67 million years ago when an asteroid with a diameter of more than 6 miles crashed into the peninsula known to us as the Yucatan at great speed. The impact power of the asteroid is estimated at 100 teratons in TNT equivalent, which is exactly 1 million of the earthquakes in the Indian Ocean. How would you like the size of a tsunami 160 feet high or 330? It's difficult to imagine the consequences of waves that could sweep across continents from end to end across the planet. But one thing is clear, the survivors would be few. And it's not guaranteed that under the conditions of their new life, they would be happy. And now look carefully. After all, the asteroid just fell on the shore and the volume of water thrown out was actually very small. If it had hit the open ocean, for example, in the Mariana Trench, the depth of which is exactly the size of the asteroid, as if they were created for each other, we would now be in the same situation as the dinosaurs were. Yes, a tsunami is a monstrous, deadly disaster, but its impact is instantaneous, and afterwards, humanity has time to restore its strength and take up some measures. For example, build an early tsunami detection system for rapid evacuation of coastal areas. But there may be more terrifying flood scenarios when the water level rises for a long time or even forever. In 2015, NASA experts showed that the level of the world ocean is growing faster than expected, and in the coming decades, it will rise by 3 feet. If the warming trend continues, the glaciers at the poles of our planet will continue to melt, and the level of the world ocean will rise and rise as all the ice on the planet turns into liquid. Here's a map of the continents of this future. At first glance, it may seem that the land on it looks the same as before, but then as we approach Asia, the scale of the tragedy becomes clear. Huge cities like Kolkata and Shanghai, with a combined population of almost 19 million people, will be swallowed up by the ocean. The real catastrophe will occur in densely populated areas of Southeast Asia, in China, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Territories with more than 1 billion inhabitants will be hidden underwater. The annual reduction of land will present new challenges to humanity. The area of arable land will be reduced, and there will no longer be enough food for humanity. New ocean expanses will increase the humidity of the atmosphere with their evaporation, and eternal rains will flood the crowded cities of the continents. But there's also good news. The rising water level and flooding of the land will occur over a period of decades or even centuries, and we'll have a chance to do something in time to ensure the possibility of survival on the smaller territory that remains. Most likely, this will be enforced by birth control, mass production of chemical food, and a new architecture of multi-tiered cities. Of course, humanity considers itself safe. When considering possible scenarios of the apocalypse, a pandemic or world war usually appears, but not a flood. Few people believe in it, but in fact, the ancient Sumerians, Greeks, Arabs, Hindus, and Chinese knew about the flood, often without being able to communicate and transmit this knowledge to each other. We can only guess how terrible and deadly the ancient catastrophe was if all the peoples of the world have preserved the memory of it, even after thousands of generations. I wonder how likely it is to happen again. Now we know that the monstrous power of the wave's impact and the lack of food in a condensed and overpopulated territory are the most terrible things that threaten humanity during tsunamis and floods. But now you're about to learn that there are more dangerous factors that aren't created by unbridled nature. We create them ourselves. In the history of humankind, you can find many different examples of us organizing ways of survival. And I'll now show you two of the most recent ones. This is footage of the tsunami in Japan in the year 2011. About 18,000 people were killed when the monstrous disaster struck. Tens of thousands of survivors were cut off from the world. Fresh water and electricity weren't available in the affected areas, and the country's economy was severely damaged. How did the locals survive? The answer is that during these difficult times, there were no crimes. The victims showed high mutual assistance. Everyone understood mutual social responsibility. No one moved to the head of the line when food was being distributed. No one pushed ahead of women and children in the queue for rescuers. Thousands of ATMs were overturned and smashed all along the coast, but not a single yen was lost. The best human qualities shown by the victims in relation to each other helped to rescue and save many lives. But there are other rules of survival to cast aside all stages of evolution and turn into an animal. This is footage of New Orleans. As a result of Hurricane Katrina in 2005, 80% of the city was flooded. Most of the residents were evacuated in advance. The lives of the remaining people were objectively not threatened by anything except other people. Gangs of looters on boats first took over the gun shops, then the jewelry stores. The city was captured by a wave. No, not a tsunami, but a wave of human violence. Just 2 weeks later, the main human values in the captured city were food and women, just like tens of thousands of years ago. It got to the point where the police were able to enter the city to restore order only with the support of the National Guard. So, if we want to be ready for the apocalypse, whether it's a flood or any other disaster, we need to start not with fuel and food supplies, not with the ability to hunt and get water. First, we must ask ourselves, who are we? People who built a civilization with the support of their own kind, or predators who survive at the expense of the weak? Share your opinion in the comments, but remember, the truth about ourselves we learn only in practice, and it may surprise us. Imagine sitting by your backyard pool and relaxing on a sunny day. Then suddenly the pool begins to boil and foam. Everything is covered with hot steam. You're burned by light and penetrating radiation, and the remaining embers of your body are blown away by a shock wave. Only the charred walls of the pool remain. Nothing special has happened. Just a small object hit nearby at the speed of light. In the last video about a falling needle, I made a mistake in some calculations. But thanks to your comments, we're now going to consider a more real situation. No object can reach the speed of light, so I'll use 99.99999% of the speed of light for the experiment. And at the end of the video, I'm going to consider under which circumstances such a situation could occur. Imagine this time that the needle falls into the ocean. If it fell into the middle of a deserted water area, nothing special would happen. But the most interesting thing would happen if the needle fell about 6 miles from the shore. You're a surfer who takes a board and paddles out. But there's a bright flash, and then a wave the size of a 6-story house rises. You wonder where the tsunami came from on a clear summer day. You're covered by a wave. Your chances of survival are 0. But since the world's oceans cover 70% of the Earth's surface, it's much more likely that such a needle would fall far from the habitat of people. Moving at close to the speed of light, it would have the energy of 100 tons of TNT equivalent, or 6 bombs dropped on Hiroshima. From such a powerful impact, the ocean could simply evaporate. Of course, not all of it, but only about 2 million tons, as if you boiled the pink Lake Hillier in Australia or Blue Lagoon in Iceland. If the steam reached a height of 6 miles in the troposphere, then tropical showers would fall, stormy streams of water would flood all the streets, and people in cars would be swimming past. Not to mention the fact that fallen trees would cut off power lines, and you'd have to sit for a couple of weeks without internet. If 100 of these needles hit the ocean and steam reached the stratosphere, then climate change wouldn't be so obvious, but it would be much more extensive. An overabundance of water vapor would lead to an uncontrolled greenhouse effect, and the Earth would gradually overheat until the oceans boiled, becoming a mini version of Venus, on which, as you remember, there is no life. If 2 million tons of steam reached the topmost layer, the mesosphere, where the temperature is minus 176 to minus 194 degrees, then the same 2 million tons of water would fall on the Earth, but in the form of hail. The consequences would be unpredictable, but it would go from several hours to several days, and then an ice flood would inevitably occur. And so, in most cases, the evaporated ocean water would return to us in the form of the same water, which would simply flood everything around. But what would happen if the needle landed in one of the most dangerous places in the world, Lake Karachay? Since 1951, radioactive waste has been stored there. Since that time, approximately 150 million curies of radioactive material have accumulated here. This would be enough for 6 of the Chernobyl accidents. In 2015, it was completely sealed with concrete. However, it's still deadly to visit with friends for a picnic, because if you stand on the shore for 15 minutes, you could get a fatal dose of radioactive radiation equal to 600 X-rays. Now, imagine that a needle hit there at almost the speed of light. It would take nanoseconds to spread the concrete layer that has preserved the waste, and radioactive dust would be scattered within a radius of 125 miles. And how do you like the idea of a cloud of steam in the form of a nuclear mushroom and the smell of rotten eggs for hundreds of miles? If the needle landed near the geysers of Yellowstone National Park at close to the speed of light, then all 3,000 underground springs, including the world's largest geyser, Steamboat, would instantly evaporate. Of course, this wouldn't be a nuclear mushroom, but it would also not be pleasant. The 8% concentration of carbon dioxide would lead to death within 30 to 60 minutes, not to mention the smelly and poisonous hydrogen sulfide. collide. Of course, you know perfectly well that needles don't fly in space. But even if there were a tiny space object that moved at near light speed, it would never reach planet Earth. Micro and nanoparticles in space instantly burn up in the upper atmosphere. At first glance, it may seem that this whole experiment was pure science fiction, but I hasten to disappoint you. Such an object could theoretically still fall on us, but not from outer space. Geneva, Switzerland, 2008. Testing of the Large Hadron Collider has finally been completed. In it, protons simultaneously spin clockwise and counterclockwise and collide with each other almost at the speed of light. All that remains is to add one more unit to our value. To achieve the speed of light, the protons would have to speed up by just 9.8 feet per second. The Hadron Collider consumes 180 megawatts of electricity per hour, like a city with 500,000 inhabitants. Now, imagine what would happen if there were an accident inside it. There are many myths associated with the Large Hadron Collider. For example, that when high-energy particles collide, a black hole is formed, which could engulf our entire planet, and the end of the world would come. The whole planet? No. But elementary particles? Yes. Imagine that in the collider, there was a failure in the control system and a super-powered magnetic funnel like a transparent tornado rushed into space. At the base, the diameter of the vortex would be 16 miles, and the top would cover the entire sky for several hundred miles. The flow of microparticles from space would tighten and be accelerated by the electromagnetic field and rush directly to the center of the collider. The particles would burn up right in the atmosphere, and we could be sure that we would see the comet's beautifully flying tail until the nuclear explosion that would blow up half of Switzerland. So, in the most beautiful place in Europe, among the lakes and mountain pastures, no stone would be left unturned. Swiss residents would have one last hope: a protective screen against microparticles. But there is one problem. A change in the Earth's magnetic field near Lake Geneva would create a huge ozone hole through which the cold air of the mesosphere would rush to the surface of the Earth. And then in a couple of days, the ice age would come again. And in a few weeks, the entire globe could freeze. At a constant body temperature of 46 degrees Fahrenheit, hemoglobin would stop providing oxygen to organs and tissues. Tissues would be left without an adequate supply of oxygen and nutrients, resulting in massive cell death. The chances of survival for humanity would be minimal. But all this is just a fantasy, which is still far from reality. At the very least, we'd start living in a post-apocalyptic world where you couldn't go outside without a gas mask, and everyone would move into bomb shelters. Humanity would have no time for disputes and strife. Only exceptional cohesion would save us. Imagine a scorched earth, a small fire, and you're sitting with friends by the fire in gas masks and singing to a guitar. Romance. Speaking of bomb shelters, did you know that Switzerland leads the world in the number of nuclear bomb shelters? In any case, there's a bunker in every residential building, or rather, there are 300,000 of them, which can accommodate 8.5 million people. That's 114% of the population that is provided with bomb shelters. And this is in Switzerland, which has never participated in arms races and world wars. A coincidence? I don't think so. What do you think about the danger of the Hadron Collider? Write your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to watch my analysis that can help you figure out how the Large Hadron Collider works in 10 minutes. There are are so many amazing places and things to see on our planet. For example, the Hang San Dong Cave is the largest on Earth, or the halo effect, or, for example, diamonds. They're one of the most expensive gemstones in the world. In order for them to be born, so to speak, many different factors must coincide, from external conditions to time. But what if you try to find diamonds in a place where no one has ever tried looking? I'm talking about deep beneath the waters of the Mariana Trench. Unfortunately, there's no way of making this kind of an underwater trip. There are no Mariana Trench excursions available to anyone. But I can use scientific data, logic, and of course, a bit of imagination. But let's start with the diamonds themselves. To understand whether it's possible for them to form naturally at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, we first need to understand what exactly a diamond is all about. In a broad sense, a diamond is a form of carbon, the most stable form, which, under normal conditions, lasts indefinitely. Diamonds are the hardest of all minerals. They're at the top of the mineralogical hardness scale and are used as a cutting tool in many industrial fields because a diamond can handle almost anything. Most natural diamonds are between 1 and 3.5 billion years old. That is, they're truly ancient minerals. Many of them formed at a depth of 150 to 250 kilometers. That's 93 to 155 miles in the Earth's mantle, although some formed much deeper. For example, at a depth of 800 kilometers, or about 500 miles from the surface. Diamonds don't appear at these depths by themselves. They need a sufficient amount of pressure and temperature, under which the carbon atoms form a cubic crystal lattice. The formed stones are then carried to the surface by volcanic magma during the formation of diatremes, the explosion tubes or vents that magma forms when pushed up through the rock. Then people mine the diamonds. It's worth noting that diamonds are a rare, but at the same time, widespread and even popular mineral. Yes, this is the diamond paradox. Industrial diamond deposits have been found on every continent except Antarctica, and their mining began in the 9th century BC. About 26 tons of diamonds are mined annually for a total value of about 14 to 15 billion US dollars. And this isn't even counting synthetic diamonds, specially created in laboratories, which are also formed from carbon, crystallized in an isotropic three-dimensional form. According to various estimates, up to 98% of the diamonds used for industrial purposes are made artificially. And actually, that's not surprising. Considering the cost of natural diamonds, it wouldn't make much sense to use them, for example, in a dentist's drill. However, diamonds, oddly enough, can be found outside of our planet because in space there really are a lot of them. In meteorites, about 3% of the carbon is in the form of nanodiamonds, and some of the space diamonds studied by scientists were clearly formed outside of the solar system. Additionally, diamonds can also be present in carbon-rich stars, especially in white dwarfs. Honestly, I never suspected that the universe was so rich. Just imagine if people had access to even a fraction of these diamond reserves. Anyway, I got a little distracted. Let's get back to Earth. And not just to Earth, but now to the Pacific Ocean near the Mariana Islands, to the Mariana Trench. I suppose that almost anyone, even a little interested in the geography of our planet, knows that the highest peak on Earth is Mount Everest, and the deepest point is in the Mariana Trench. But what about the specifics? The Mariana Trench is a crescent-shaped depression, 2,550 kilometers, or 1,584 miles long, and 69 kilometers, or 43 miles wide. So, if you ever see photos of some kind of circular underwater hole called the Mariana Trench, that's definitely not it. The trench is located at the junction of two tectonic plates in the zone of movement along the faults where the Pacific plate goes under the Philippine Sea plate. The maximum known depth of the Mariana Trench is 10,920 meters. That's 35,827 feet. This place is called the Challenger Deep. The depth of the trough is often measured in Everests. The entire mountain would fit inside it with a couple of kilometers remaining above. You could even stack Mount Vesuvius on top of Mount Everest, and it still wouldn't reach the surface. Such a huge column of water can't help but affect the pressure. In the Challenger Deep, it measures 108.6 megapascals, which is more than 1,071 times higher than normal atmospheric pressure at sea level. That's 5 times the pressure created when a bullet hits a bulletproof object. At this pressure, the density of water increases by 5%. The bottom is pretty cool as well. Due to the lack of sunlight, which simply can't reach it, the temperature at the bottom remains around 1 to 4 degrees Celsius. That's from about 34 to 39 Fahrenheit. However, all of this still doesn't stop life from forming in the Mariana Trench. Even at great depths, worms, mollusks, deep-sea fish, sea cucumbers, and smaller forms of life can be found here. Scientists were quite surprised when they first discovered them. But what about diamonds? For this super hard mineral to form, there needs to be high pressure and high temperature. Regarding the latter, this doesn't quite work out at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, but maybe there's still hope. According to scientists' calculations, in order for carbon to become a diamond over time, a pressure of more than 4,500 megapascals is necessary. That's much, much more than in the Mariana Trench. In some cases, a lower temperature will suffice, but even then, the pressure would need to be at least 3,500 megapascals. The Mariana Trench still falls short on this key factor. But maybe it's enough to create synthetic diamonds. These are made using various technologies. One of them requires a temperature of 1,500 degrees Celsius, or about 2,700 Fahrenheit, and a pressure of 5,000 megapascals. Another method doesn't require high pressure, but it requires electricity, a laboratory, and in general, people. So, in the end, the Mariana Trench is completely incapable of forming diamonds. Time for the sound of a sad trombone. Even if diamonds suddenly abandon these conditions, the laws of physics and common sense, and began forming at a lower pressure, we would still have to wait a couple million years before the carbon transformed into a super hard mineral. And yet, this material still may not be characterized by that incredible diamond strength. Temperature and pressure play a decisive role. Well, now, since we've already begun fantasizing, why stop here? Let's suppose some really rich and at the same time very strange person wanted to produce diamonds precisely at a depth of almost 11 kilometers or about 6.8 miles. Why? Who knows? Let's say it's one of their childhood dreams or something like that. Would it even be possible to arrange something like this? Theoretically, yes. We would need to build some kind of modern underwater base, lower machines equipped with HPHT technology to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, having, of course, previously agreed on this with the rest of the world, and somehow connect and run the equipment. But we would still need to not only service the expensive equipment, but also remove the results, the diamonds. It's just too complicated. After all, the Mariana Trench isn't some office in the center of a metropolis. You can't just call an Uber to take you there. In the entire history of mankind, there haven't been many deep water dives to its bottom, and this isn't by coincidence. Would it really be worth it? Absolutely not. Even even taking into account the fact that diamonds created in the Mariana Trench could be sold for much more than conventional ones. So, if you suddenly find yourself with an obscenely large sum of money, it's better to invest it in something worthwhile. For example, a flight to Mars, or even better, the environment. In fact, even one of the most inaccessible regions of the world, the Mariana Trench, suffers from pollution. In 2016, a plastic bag and several candy wrappers were found there, and it's unlikely they were left there by some sea cucumbers. In the end, caring for our planet is much more valuable than any collection of diamonds. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and click on the bell to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. And so everything started off well. My friends and I had a hard time buying tickets to this dang rock concert. I already imagined how I would tell my classmates about it. So why did I pass out an hour after it started and end up lying on the dusty asphalt? Why was my brain a mess, and was I twisting from the inside out? Now, years later, I know that I wasn't the only one who was carried out of the concert unconscious. And now I know the reason for what happened that night. The battle between rock bands for the loudest concert has been going on for many years. The first blow to the reputation of their competitors in the ears of the audience was caused by the group Deep Purple. At their concert in June of 1972, they turned the power of specially selected and ordered equipment to the maximum. Hundreds of spectators were hit by this sound wave, and their festive mood suddenly, inexplicably deteriorated. Many felt unwell. Several people even lost consciousness and were carried out of the hall. The volume of sound in London's Rainbow Theatre that day reached an incredible 117 decibels. Both the musicians and their producers achieved their goal. This concert was listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the loudest concert of that time. But this is just rock music. You'll now learn that even sounds that we can't imagine our life without can be dangerous. And if you amplify them to a certain level, you could even create a black hole. According to researchers, noise pollution, which is now typical for large cities, reduces a person's life by an average of 10 to 12 years. This is 36% higher than the harm caused by smoking tobacco. For example, if a road with heavy traffic lies near your house, then you're exposed to the imperceptibly destructive effects of noise of 50 decibels or higher, even in your sleep. Yes, this isn't a rock concert, but the World Health Organization believes that sound wave attacks significantly increase the risk of heart disease, and every year thousands of people die prematurely from such disorders around the world. But we're going to go further and look at much more terrible sound attacks, even with short-term impacts of powerful acoustic waves with a volume higher than 100 decibels. Damage to the eardrums is possible. 130 decibels is the shot of a tank or the launch of a jet plane. And this is the maximum peak of malicious sound intrusion that we can face in our lives. Fortunately, it only lasts for a few seconds. But if a person falls under the destructive influence of such extreme acoustic effects for long hours, their brain, heart, and internal organs will be working at the limit of their capabilities, releasing maximum hormones, raising blood pressure, pumping liters of blood at the maximum load. The nervous system will be doing everything to somehow protect the unfortunate person and get them them to faint, as I did at that rock concert. In the end, the answer to the question of how long a person would live in this state is very simple, as long as their body was able to resist. It may last a few more hours, or even a day, but I'm sure none of us are going to find out this answer experimentally. But in the pursuit of technological power, humanity has created more terrible sounds. For example, the experimental Republic XF-84H aircraft made so much noise that it could be heard for 25 miles. Near the source, the intensity of the sound was enough to knock a person off their feet. The unfortunate crew members couldn't move. The noise also caused nausea and headaches. The engineers who were examining the aircraft had convulsions, and it's not surprising. The level of the sound intensity was in the region of 140 decibels. Fortunately, this air monster didn't go into mass production. Here is an even more impressive example of an artificial acoustic wave. It's created by the Saturn V launch vehicle, designed to transport people to the moon. This ship was the main project of the Apollo program, and according to a NASA report, at launch it created a sound of absolutely incredible volume, more than 200 decibels. In fact, this destructive power can hardly even be called sound. Acoustic waves of this volume aren't transmitted by the air, but they push it forward, and part of the power of this sound goes into a crushing shockwave. Fortunately, this sound wasn't able to kill anyone. The space industry has strict safety rules, but the real man-made sources of record sound are bombs. The Soviet Tsar Bomba is not only the largest energy charge in the history of civilization, but also the most monstrous acoustic shock ever created by man. The absolute record of all time, 224 decibels. I'd like to say that an explosion of such tremendous volume would kill a person instantly, but you know that the Tsar Bomba would kill anyone around, even if it went off silently. It's hard to imagine, but it turns out that human creations aren't the loudest that the planet has heard in the past hundreds of years. Here is the Krakatoa volcano. It exploded with lava and magma in 1883. The power of the eruption was such that the smoke rushed up from the volcano's mouth at a speed of 2,600 feet per second, and its spray shot to a height of 17 miles. Coincidentally, 100 miles from the volcano, special measuring devices were installed that recorded sound, 172 decibels. Considering the distance, that's incredibly loud. For hundreds of miles, the sound was louder than the loudest concert, and according to scientists, in the epicenter of the explosion, it reached an intensity of 310 decibels. You understand that no one had time to hear it and try to realize this power. Everyone there died instantly, but the captain of the British ship Norham Castle, whose vessel was located 40 miles from the volcano, wrote, "The explosions were so strong that half of my crew was left without hearing. I was sure that the day of judgment had come." Now let's look at a sound with an unreal power. 1,100 decibels. But first, let's understand one not so obvious thing. The sound volume scale is not linear, but logarithmic. This means that when you increase the value from 10 decibels to 20, the volume increases not twice, as it would seem natural, but 10 times. Therefore, to get the volume we need at 1,100 decibels, we have to add 95 zeros to the sound of a jet taking off. I will say this right away. In reality, nothing like this could be created on Earth. This is a volume level at which the shock wave would compress the air to a density sufficient to form a singularity, and hence black microholes. The weight of each of these microholes, the size of a neutron, would be about 11 pounds. What would happen to them next? I would also like to know the answer to this question. Perhaps they would swallow each other until they merged into one round, black, devouring monster, which would devour our planet, or a star system, or the entire galaxy. But still, most scientists agree that Hawking radiation would soon cause these man-made black holes to evaporate. So I hope the end of the world doesn't come about in such a ridiculous way. I'm counting on a more graceful apocalypse. Which version of the end of the world would you prefer? Write in the comments. Nothing seemed to portend trouble. Suddenly you wake up in the middle of the night and don't know what's going on. Thunder from the sky, hundreds of times louder than normal thunder. Blinding white sky, the wail of hundreds of car sirens. The sky is ablaze, and you can only see blinding flashes on the horizon. Your heart jumps out of your chest. Adrenaline makes your lungs pump air faster and faster. Your unruly hands tremble. Nothing. Soon everything will be clear. You reassure yourself. Everything will be as before. And indeed, soon everything ends. An air shock wave. Hundreds of billions of tons of dust and ash will cover the city and darken the sky for decades. There's not enough food for everyone. If you're lucky to survive, it's unlikely you'll feel reassured by the fact that the planet has once again in its history been rammed by a giant asteroid. This tiny moving dot in the center of the screen is the asteroid Apophis, 1,000 feet in diameter and weighing 27 million tons. It's not much, just 135,000 statues of liberty. Scientists estimate its orbit to be the most dangerous for the Earth. On the 9th of January, 2013, it came within 9 million miles of us, which is about 1/10 of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Well, that time it flew past us. Scientists say that when it returns in 2029 and 2036, our planet will also not be in danger. But here's a small surprise. In its last approach, it was suddenly discovered that its mass is 75% greater than previously thought. Think about how much trust we should put into our calculations of its orbit if we can't determine even such physical dimensions of this potential destroyer of humanity. The energy of its potential collision with our planet is estimated by NASA experts to be more than 500 megatons. This is the energy of 25,000 plutonium bombs detonated over Nagasaki in 1945. But at the same time, the 300-meter Apophis is just a small grain of sand compared to the real giants. Here is Chicxulub Crater, a giant dent in the Earth's crust with a diameter of up to 110 miles and an initial depth of up to 12 miles, almost twice as deep as the Mariana Trench. It reminds of the 6-mile diameter space block that crashed into Earth 66 million years ago and triggered the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event on our planet. And here on Wilkes Land, under the ice sheet of Antarctica, lies a crater up to 300 miles across, and this trace in the Earth's crust was left by a space visitor with a diameter of 40 miles. And if giant metal and stone aliens from outer space have periodically visited us in the past, you can be sure that another catastrophe will only be a matter of time. Imagine an unexpected explosion and the formation location of a similar crater, for example, in the middle of New York, while you're peacefully sipping coffee and thinking about the prospects of how to better manage your income this year, one space pebble instantly destroys all your plans. At the moment, hundreds of thousands of asteroids have been discovered in the solar system. The orbits of half of them are quite well studied. The rest are still flying somewhere in the unknown. But in fact, scientists suggest that we are adjacent to 1 to 2 million objects with a diameter of more than half a mile. Humanity is already fully aware of this danger. NASA has set a task to identify and systematize all near-Earth objects with a diameter of more than 0.6 miles. And they aren't sleeping on the opposite side of the globe. Since 2016 in Russia, a telescope has been working to detect dangerous celestial bodies. It's able to identify a deadly threat at a distance of up to 100 million miles, which means that humanity would have at least a month to figure out how to save itself. Many ways are already being developed to save us from a deadly collision. For example, you can simply blow up an asteroid, crushing it into fragments less than 100 feet wide so that they burn up in the Earth's atmosphere without harming us. Or detonate a nuclear charge near an asteroid to change its orbit and move it away from Earth. A gravitational tug, a solar sail, an electromagnetic catapult. Just the list of potential methods of saving humanity conjures respect for their developers. And of course, all these methods work if you detect a potential threat 2 or 5 years in advance. These dates are quite possible for asteroids of gigantic sizes. But what do you say about a small, inconspicuous piece of metal or stone with a diameter of 150, 300, or 1,000 feet? Perhaps we would find out about its approach a week or even a few days before the collision, and the maximum that could be done would be to evacuate people from dangerous areas and put emergency services on alert. Perhaps such small cosmic bodies seem less dangerous to you, but there's more to it. In 1908, the explosion of the Tunguska meteorite, with a diameter of about 230 feet, knocked down taiga trees across an area of 800 square miles, and it was 6 times lighter than the asteroid Apophis. At the same time, the Tunguska meteorite didn't leave a crater, which means that it didn't even crash into the Earth's surface, but exploded at an altitude of 6 to 7 miles. Nevertheless, the power of that explosion is estimated to be more than 20 megatons in TNT equivalent, which is comparable to the most powerful modern thermonuclear bombs. At that time, we were lucky that this cataclysm occurred far from populated areas. But you don't need to be a scientist to know there are fewer and fewer uninhabited places on Earth, and the population density of the planet is constantly increasing. And next time, you and I will have a hard time counting on such luck. However, humanity may be interested in such massive objects, and oddly enough, the closer they are, the better. The fact is that now scientists are actively developing a theory of the industrial development of asteroids. Various minerals found in their rocks can serve as a source of iron, nickel, and titanium. In the process of further exploration of the space of the solar system, humanity will simply need to learn how to use space resources. On some asteroids, it's possible to obtain water and oxygen to support life on space bases, or to produce hydrogen, which is fuel for engines. Reserves of platinum and cobalt will also make asteroids attractive for human exploration. In 1997, only one small asteroid, 1 mile in diameter, contained various metals worth $20 trillion. billion. And the largest known metal asteroid, Psyche, contains reserves of iron-nickel ore, which are 100,000 times greater than the reserves in the Earth's crust. Industrial development of one such asteroid could provide for the needs of humanity for millions of years to come. In fact, all the gold, cobalt, iron, manganese, molybdenum, nickel, platinum, iridium, and many other heavy elements that we mine in the Earth's crust are traces of asteroids that fell to the Earth about 4 billion years ago, when during a heavy meteor bombardment, a huge amount of asteroid material fell on the planet. So, if you think about it, we should be at least a little grateful to our space neighbors, even if they're sometimes not very friendly. But what if a cosmic body crashes into the moon? Unlike our planet, it doesn't have a protective atmospheric layer and is much more vulnerable to being hit. I recently considered a hypothetical situation. What if a tiny golf ball hit it at close to the speed of light? If you haven't seen it, click the video on the screen and share your opinion in the comments. Have you ever been to Australia? In this country, you can find the world's largest crocodile in an ordinary puddle. Countless bats spread deadly diseases. Earthworms in this country reach colossal sizes, and there are so many flies that they're almost constantly landing on people. Every day, you run the risk of finding a poisonous snake in your wash basin that got there through a pipeline. But the main Australian nightmare is spiders. People with arachnophobia will find this country a living hell. After all, only here can you see a similar picture when you want to go to the toilet or take a bath. But don't worry, although such situations do occur, deadly animals are extremely rare in cities. Only a few people die from the same types of spider bites each year. Every hospital has an antidote for their poison. Over the past 13 years, 41,000 cases of people being bitten by poisonous animals and insects have been recorded. Only 64 people have died. It's much more likely to die from an accidentally falling brick than from a spider bite. Now imagine that luck wasn't on your side and you still came across the most venomous spider. And even worse, you swallowed it. Would you be able to survive? If you accidentally swallow a spider, for example, while dreaming, nothing bad will happen to you. Spider venom is dangerous if it gets directly into the bloodstream. Its molecule is very long and poorly absorbed by the body. The acid inside the stomach deactivates most of the proteins in the poison, after which it becomes inert, harmless, and easily excreted. There's a myth that every year a person, on average, swallows 6 spiders, but there are no confirmed facts about this. In any case, try not to swallow spiders, especially if you have stomach problems and don't want to spend the whole night in the bathroom. The real danger comes when a spider bites you. The consequences of a bite can be very unpleasant. Although Australia is famous for exotic animals, it remains the safest country for tourism, unlike, for example, India, Africa, and South America. The world's most venomous spider lives in Brazil. Its name is the Brazilian wandering spider. You would most likely die from its bite within 20 to 30 minutes. Do you think these spiders live somewhere in the rainforest? It's not so. The wandering spider likes to visit people and settle in old attics. Within 20 minutes, the venom of the wandering spider causes symptoms of intoxication, paralysis of the respiratory muscles and severe pain in the body. If you are bitten by this individual, you feel something like this. Your head feels like a balloon. Your chest constricts, preventing you from breathing. Your blood pressure skyrockets. You feel your heart pounding. The feeling of near death becomes more apparent than ever before. A wandering spider usually doesn't attack first, but only defends itself when startled. In general, it doesn't like human flesh that much, but it likes bananas, for which it received a second name, banana spider. So if you decide to buy a crate of bananas somewhere in South America, be careful. If you're already scared enough of the banana spider's lethality, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Almost every hospital has an antidote. So if you're bitten, quickly wash the wound with soap, apply cold compression, and call an ambulance. Try to describe the appearance of the spider to the doctors over the phone so that you can get the right antidote as quickly as possible. Lie down on the sofa, place the bite point below the level of the heart, and try not to move. The sooner the doctors arrive, the less likely it will be fatal. The venom of a wandering spider can be useful. For example, it's used to treat impotence. But this doesn't mean, dear men, that you should specifically look for this spider and let it bite you if you don't want to die prematurely. No matter how big and venomous the spider is, most often a person shouldn't panic and worry. After all, there's an antidote to the poison of the deadliest specimens. But there are species, the bites of which nothing can save you from. Look at these spiders and tell us which one you think is the most terrible and deadly. A tarantula, Goliath bird eater, orb weaver, or a small six-eyed sand spider. The correct answer is the sand spider. This baby will kill you in half an hour, and there's no antidote to its bite. The size in this case doesn't matter. A big spider doesn't mean a dangerous spider. For example, tarantula venom doesn't pose any danger to humans. A Goliath bird eater can cause convulsions and fever, but it never causes death. A blister will appear at the site of the orb weaver bite, which disappears within a day. But an encounter with the small six-eyed spider causes necrosis of the tissues around the bite, destroys blood vessels, and almost guarantees death. A creature with a body of less than an inch and legs up to 2 inches can kill you in just a couple of hours, and you can't do anything. Fortunately, this species lives only in African and South American deserts. People come across it so rarely that there are no confirmed mortality statistics. In any case, walking through the Sahara, you shouldn't play with this creature if you want to return from the trip alive. There's an even smaller spider whose bite causes extensive necrosis, rotting, and destruction of the skin. Its length is only half an inch, and its name is Lacacellis Tenochtitlan, in honor of the ancient capital of the Aztecs, on the territory of which it was first found. The spider lives only in Mexico and often gets into people's homes. Although its bite isn't fatal, you may well lose an entire limb if you don't consult a doctor in time. And here's another spider that can kill you even if the doctors are around: the famous black widow. A whole genus of spiders is called widows because the female eats the male after mating. In medicine, there's an antidote to the poison of the black widow, but there are cases when even medical help won't save you from death. In rare cases, black widow venom provokes a syndrome called latrodectism. While the pain after the bite can go away in half an hour, the first symptoms of latrodectism may appear 6 hours later when you least expect them. It all starts with a burning pain in the place where you were bitten. As time passes, the pain moves to the nearest muscles and the rest of the body. The pain is so severe that it can be confused with a myocardial infarction or heart attack, and a terrible grimace of fear appears on the victim's face, the so-called latrodectic face. Symptoms can last up to several days. Science is aware of only 3 cases of death from this syndrome. In the year 2017, Australian scientists concluded there was no effective way on Earth to relieve the symptoms of a black widow bite. Although the death statistics are extremely low, try not to run into this spider. Poison isn't the most terrible weapon of the arthropods. All spiders on Earth are carnivores and feed on flesh. Could several hundred spiders literally eat a person, leaving only the bones behind? Scientists Martin Niffler and Klaus Birkhofer in the journal Science of Nature published data showing that the spiders on our planet could eat all of the people in a year and still not be full. It's estimated that spiders eat from 400 to 800 million tons of food. At the same time, the weight of all the people on Earth is approximately 432 million tons. So spiders could eat all of us in a year without too much trouble. But to do this, they'd have to change their diet and learn to attack in packs. If we consider that in the world, on average, there are 12 spiders per square foot, such a plot is quite possible. But don't forget that most spiders live in tropical and subtropical forests. The dangerous specimens are rarely found in cities. As it turns out, in practice, spiders aren't so dangerous. Why then do so many people suffer from arachnophobia? Scientists from Columbia University believe that the fear of spiders has been sewn into human DNA since the time of our distant ancestors. This is due to the fact that prehistoric people simply couldn't fight the bites of venomous arthropods due to lack of medicine and often disturbed them in search of food. Even if the spider bite wasn't fatal, it could have incapacitated a person for several days. And this isn't the same as taking time off work like we do today. Then the world was full of dangers, and a bitten person could easily have had to say goodbye to life while in a paralyzed state. But today, spiders don't pose much of a threat to humanity. Rather, they even help because the venom of many individuals is actively used in medicine to treat a wide variety of diseases. And spiders eat harmful insects. In one cave in Spain, a drawing was found that is more than 10,000 years old. It shows a spider as a pet, saving a person from the dominance of flies. So, don't be afraid of spiders. Just treat them well and they'll never attack you first. Try to live in harmony with nature. And as always, thank you for watching. For billions of years, the Earth has revolved around the sun, and it seems that it will always be so. But what if one day this connection suddenly breaks? Goodbye native orbit, long live free flight. I wouldn't be happy to leave the solar system. Fortunately, we shouldn't expect to, according to some scientists. Or should we? Maybe so, according to other scientists. In any case, it's better to just be prepared for anything and everything with the Riddle Channel. So, what could lead the Earth astray and throw it out of the solar system? And what would be so bad about living on an aimlessly floating planet? The first way the Earth could leave its orbit, and also the most unimaginable, would be if the sun suddenly didn't exist. Let's imagine that in some magical way, this is exactly what happened. What, in this case, would the inhabitants of the Earth see? Firstly, night would fall upon the Earth. But don't start dreaming of romance beneath the moon, because after the disappearance of the sun, you wouldn't see it. The moon itself doesn't produce light, but only reflects sunlight. You also wouldn't see other space objects that were previously visible due to their reflected light. They wouldn't instantly disappear from your field of view, but they would disappear the moment a gravitational wave, or lack thereof, from the vanishing sun reached them. Since it's the sun that holds the Earth and other planets together with its gravity, the planets would descend from their usual places and begin moving away from one another in different directions. For clarity, imagine a trampoline, in the center of which sits a heavy bowling ball, and a billiard ball is revolving around it. The former represents the sun, the latter, conventionally our Earth, although the difference in their proportions is actually greater. The trampoline fabric represents the fabric of space-time in which we live. Now imagine that we quickly remove the bowling ball. Would the little billiard ball continue circling along its previous trajectory? Of course not. And even if the sun didn't instantly vanish, but gradually lost its mass, the Earth would most likely be able to escape its gravitational field. That is, the sun creates a kind of dent in the fabric of space-time on which the Earth and other planets roll. And exactly the same thing happens between, for example, the Earth and the Moon. So, objects on a flattened trampoline would begin moving not in an orbit, but in a straight line, at least until they fell under the influence of the gravity of a larger cosmic body, or until they collided with some other object. Meanwhile, the Earth, having lost the vital rays of the sun, would begin cooling rapidly, such that in 1 week, the average temperature of the planet's surface would drop below 0 degrees Celsius, or 32 Fahrenheit, or, according to some sources, even lower to minus 20 degrees Celsius, or minus 4 Fahrenheit. For the people of the North, accustomed to harsh climatic conditions, this might not be so critical. But minus 100 degrees Celsius, or minus 148 Fahrenheit, which the Earth would reach in a year, would be noticed by everyone on the planet. Not to mention the minus 240 degrees Celsius, or minus 400 Fahrenheit, that would be established in the long run. Therefore, it'd be better not to wait for critical moments to arrive, but to immediately take urgent measures. Plants would suffer first because they rely on photosynthesis, which depends on sunlight. After a couple of weeks, you'd no longer find any small plants in the dark. But instead, for example, trees in the tundra, accustomed to the darkness and cold that can last up to several years. Without this key link, the entire food chain would be disrupted, and soon, wild animals would die out. The last scavengers of the plant world would cling to life, but the same fate would eventually fall upon them. Humans would have a very hard time because due to the low temperatures on the Earth's surface, nothing could survive, not even water. At minus 194.35 Celsius, that's minus 317.83 Fahrenheit, the atmosphere would turn into liquid air. And when this happened, the Earth would be covered by it, the thickness of which would be 11.6 meters, or 38 feet. The planet would soon realize that this rain is from oxygen and nitrogen, while the carbon dioxide would immediately fall out in a solid state. We could forget about extracting fuel because the steel parts of our equipment would become too fragile. With all this in mind, people should take a closer look at our oceans in advance. Starting from the surface, they would begin freezing. This process could last for hundreds of thousands of years. So, humanity would have time to build underwater shelters in the depths, closer to volcanic zones where heat would remain. An alternative is underground shelters. On average, when digging into the depths of the Earth, with each kilometer, or 0.62 miles, the temperature rises by between 15 to 30 degrees Celsius, or 27 to 54 Fahrenheit, within the top 100 kilometers, or 62 miles. That is, by breaking a tunnel towards the heart of the Earth, mankind could theoretically be saved. The core would remain hot for billions of years, giving people warmth. If we imagine such a scenario, then in the face of such a universal problem, the governments of all countries around the world would probably unite, create robotics with high frost resistance, and select the most suitable places around the world near geothermal springs. They would then start digging, placing temporary camps at shallow depths, and continue penetrating the earth. We would also have to solve the problem of oxygen and clean water. As for food, plants could certainly be grown underground under artificial lighting. Though not everything would be so simple and rosy in this regard. There would probably be a quota for access to underground crops and the selection process. Seismic activity could also disrupt our plans, and such an outbreak underground could turn into a real catastrophe. Nevertheless, there's a chance that after a few generations, people would be adapted to a new life, and our current existence on the surface of the Earth would seem to them like something distant and unusual. Or maybe they would still find a way to build spaceships and move to a planet with more favorable conditions. However, the sun doesn't need to magically disappear in order for the Earth to leave its orbit and fly out of the solar system. Our planet is capable of doing this on its own. To do this, it would need to accelerate from 30 kilometers a second to about 42 kilometers a second. That's from 18.6 miles per second to about 26 miles per second. But this sharp increase in speed of 40% would provoke earthquakes and simply flatten every building on Earth even before we suffered from the cold. And if we accelerated even more, up to 100 kilometers a second, that's 62.14 miles per second, we would reach our nearest star in 3,000 years. That is, in about 150 generations. Now, during these 3,000 years, we could cross paths with an asteroid that we couldn't fend off, or an orphan planet, or a black hole. If, nevertheless, the Earth reached a distant star, even without people, and settled in a new orbit, who knows? Maybe our icy planet would thaw, and life would once again come to the surface from the oceans, as it once did long ago. After all, living organisms existing several kilometers below the surface of the ocean live regardless of sunlight. They thrive on chemosynthesis, not photosynthesis. That is, they synthesize organic substances using energy derived from the oxidation of inorganic substances. An orphan star could also knock our planet off course. And to accomplish this, it wouldn't need tremendous speed. On the contrary, the more slowly it moved, the greater the danger would be for the Earth. Even if it got caught in the orbit of Uranus, this would be enough to give our planet sufficient energy to leave the solar system. The chances of this are scanty, but still. And scientists from alternative fields of astronomy believe we wouldn't even need a passing star. They suggest that the asteroid Oumuamua, which entered the solar system in 2017, is part of a young star system. That is, a new sun has appeared nearby, much larger than ours, which will gradually draw the planets of the solar system towards itself. What would Earth's climate be in this new orbit? Who knows? But imagine that we remain in our orbit. Still, scientists estimate that in 4 to 5 billion years, the sun will expand and either absorb the Earth or burn all life on it. Here, it's hard to say which is the lesser evil, extreme cold or unimaginable heat. What do you think? If we flew outside the solar system, which conditions would humanity more likely survive? Let us know in the comments. Until next time. When you think about the ideal body, how do you imagine it? it. Probably many have now painted in their heads a beautiful, slender girl with blue eyes, chiseled waist, and long legs. Such a body is really attractive, although from the point of view of evolution, it's simply terrible. First, let's remove the girl's hair. Make the hips narrower. Shorten the legs. Slightly increase the size of her feet. Reduce the size of the head. Remove a few extra organs, such as the appendix, and unnecessary muscles in the hands and tailbone. There it is, the ideal body. But you say, we just got an ugly woman. Don't rush to judgment. After all, this body type is ideal from the point of view of evolution. It's much more adapted to survival on our planet. Why? Let's figure it out. In fact, such a body is still far from ideal. The British anthropologist Alice Roberts, in her research, tried to create a model of the ideal person from the point of view of physiology. The result is a mixture of the elf Legolas from The Lord of the Rings, Mr. Tumnus from Narnia, and Krang, a villain with a brain in his stomach from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Here she is, the perfect woman. Let's start with her skin. Over the years of our existence, mankind has adapted well to the climate. The skin of a white person who lives closer to the poles of the planet releases more vitamin D, while the skin of a dark person living in a tropical climate is protected from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. On the other hand, a light-skinned inhabitant of Scandinavia will burn in a few minutes under the scorching sun, and a person with darker skin will simply freeze in a cold climate without warm clothes. Alice suggests taking the skin from the giant squid. They know how to change their color depending on the situation. With this kind of skin, a person will be able to independently adapt their shade to different climates on Earth. Now we need to replace the heart. A dog's would be perfect. In modern humans, there are two unconnected coronary arteries in the heart. If one of them fails, for example from a heart attack, the heart muscles connected to it are deprived of oxygen, and this can cause death. In dogs and guinea pigs, both arteries are connected. If the first one is blocked, the other takes over its function. Thus, the risk of dying from a heart attack is cut in half. Human ears are less than perfect. They contain hair cells that break down with age. Also, our eardrums become less elastic with age, resulting in hearing loss. Therefore, it's best to take the graceful and much more sensitive cat ears. Let's do something about the eyes, which also have several flaws. In the place where the optic nerve enters the retina, each of us has a blind spot. There are simply no light-sensitive receptors. Finding your blind spot can be quite simple. Close your right eye, and with your left, look at the cross on the right, which is surrounded by a circle. Now, slowly move the screen closer or further away from your eyes. At some point, you'll notice that the cross on the left has disappeared. No, this is not an optical illusion. You just found your blind spot. Octopuses don't suffer from this weakness, so let's take their eyes. We'll also enlarge the eyeball to twice its size to add sharpness to the vision. So, we found the perfect eyes. Now, let's modify the legs. After all, they also have a lot of problems. For example, our complex and vulnerable knees and weak muscles. It's best to borrow legs from the emu. Then we can run fast and we'll have good cushioning. True, with such legs, it will be difficult to climb a mountain. To avoid the risk of suffocation from a slice of pizza that goes down the wrong pipe, you need to separate the throat from the airway. This is the structure of the throat of birds. Birds don't even know the word choke. The next step is to make child labor easier for women. For 9 months of gestation, the child has time to develop well. especially the brain. Due to the fact that the baby's head is quite large, complications may arise that are solved by a cesarean section. It's much more logical to give birth to a little one a few months earlier and carry the newborn in a bag on the stomach like a kangaroo does. And the most important thing is the back. So that it never gets hurt, you need to borrow the structure of the lower back and pelvis from a chimpanzee. So we'll lose our posture forever, and a woman's waist will not be so attractive. But the load on the spine will decrease, and we will not have a need for a massage. So there we have it. We put together a work of art called The Ideal Human Being. If you're familiar with Darwin's theory, then you know that man descended from apes. Doesn't this suggest that evolution has straightened our backs because it's better this way? Well, Alice Roberts has just put together the most productive human model. But evolution is moving in a very different direction. To prepare for the evolutionary leap, we first need to get rid of the remnants of the past. I mean, organs that people still have from their ancestors, but are no longer needed for a normal life, the so-called rudiments. You probably have a couple of them. Try now to put your hand on a flat surface, palm up, and join your little finger with your thumb. See the weird tendon that appears on your wrist? This is the palmaris longus muscle. Previously, monkeys needed it to climb trees easier. A modern person doesn't need it. Interestingly, 15% of people do not have this muscle. If you're one of them, then you have a little less in common with the monkey than most. Congratulations, you've crossed this step of evolution and are confidently moving toward becoming superhuman. The tailbone is another rudiment of our bodies. In fact, the coccyx is several tail vertebrae that fused into one. It's scary to imagine, but our ancestors had a tail. Even worse, such people are born today. In 2013, a boy with a tail was born in the Chinese province of Guangdong. But not everything is so bad. Modern doctors can remove an unnecessary organ by surgery. These are not all of the rudiments. For example, we still have the ear muscles that allowed us to direct our ears towards sounds in order to hear them better. True, evolution has decided that it's much easier to turn your head in the direction of the sound than to move your ears. Our wisdom teeth that our ape-like ancestors had made it easier to chew on hard grains and coarse plant roots. When humanity began to consume meat widely and learned how to cook food, there was no longer a need for wisdom teeth, so you can safely remove them at the dentist. Along with the change in diet, the need for an appendix, which Charles Darwin claimed was involved in the digestion of solid food, disappeared. Now this organ doesn't play any role in our lives, although some scientists say there are some beneficial gut bacteria in the appendix. Also, when we had a lot of body hair, we knew how to raise it in order to warn or frighten enemies. Now we don't have that much body hair, but we still have goosebumps. When we're scared or cold, the muscles of the hair follicles are stimulated by reflex, which is why we experience this effect. In the modern world, it has become practically useless. Now that we've gotten rid of any unnecessary organs, we can move forward towards evolutionary change. A person, even the laziest, doesn't stop developing. We ourselves don't notice it, but in fact, we are evolving every day. Scientists at Yale University argue that immigration, globalization, and technological progress will force people to change in the foreseeable future. For example, the average height of a person has already increased by 10 centimeters in recent decades, but this is not the most significant change. If global warming continues, rising temperatures will cause people's skin to darken in order to protect us against solar radiation. Due to free travel around the world, world, races will mix, and soon it will be difficult to find someone with blue eyes and freckles. Faces will become more similar. Our brain, in comparison with Cro-Magnons, has become, oddly enough, smaller. This doesn't mean that we have become less intelligent. On the contrary, due to its compactness, the signal between neurons is transmitted faster. Therefore, the thinking of modern man is much more productive than that of our prehistoric ancestors. Most likely, the brain will continue to shrink. This means that our head will become smaller, which will allow women to give birth to offspring without complications and the need for an obstetrician. The hair that we're used to looking after is likely to leave us. Although it makes us more beautiful, which affects mate selection, it's not at all necessary for survival. With time, our hands and fingers will become thinner. This is due to the fact that in the modern world, we are constantly developing our fine motor skills. For example, we type in a smartphone or play musical instruments, but the design of our legs can be simplified. The fibula, which serves to rotate the foot, is likely to change. Our ancestors needed it to deftly navigate the jungle. It only interferes with modern people because you can accidentally dislocate your leg. In addition to improvements, there may also be problems. People of the future will have weakened immune systems. This is due to the development of medicine and vaccines that have emerged to protect us from a variety of diseases. But by having vaccines, our immune system will rely only on them and will not be able to resist some disease on its own. When our immune system becomes weak enough, we may become slaves to medical technology. You might think that such changes would take millions of years. In fact, changes are taking place even today. In 2018, American endoscopists Petros Benius and David L. Carlock discovered the rudiment of a new organ. More precisely, they found cavities in places where there used to be dense connective tissue, previously unknown to science. They can contain up to 20% body fluid, which acts as a shock absorber. This fluid can also be a source of lymphocytes, which support immunity. According to New York University School of Medicine professor Neil Thies, studying this substance will help us to understand the nature of cancer formation. If this turns out to be so, humanity will be able to defeat this terrible disease and save millions of lives. Whatever the future of humanity, remember, development is inevitable. You don't need to transplant ostrich legs in order to run faster. People are able to invent artificial prostheses that will improve us, and cyberpunk will reign on the planet. But don't forget that we're all just vertebrates, four-legged, narrow-nosed African mammals, great apes. So be yourself. And as always, thanks for watching. Of course, you know very well how strong animals are in the wild. Their deadly instincts work with lightning speed, and they can easily kill a weak person if they approach them at the wrong moment. Man-eating lions in our time bring chilling terror to the Aborigines of Africa. After all, man is the easiest prey. Sharks hunt in coastal waters for swimmers who are completely defenseless against an underwater threat. Crocodiles in the water lie in wait for unwary tourists who are too careless about the guide's warnings. But there's something that kills 10 times more people every year than crocodiles, 100 times more than lions, 1,000 times more than sharks, and even more than all the toothy and fanged beasts put together. And it's been doing this for millennia. And who is this tyrant over the human race? A snail. According to the estimates of the World Health Organization, already in our century, more than 200,000 people die annually from diseases associated with these mollusks. And now you'll learn how innocent snails do it. We have something in common with these cold, wet, sticky creatures. The unexpected, disgusting answer is right in front of you. It's a schistosome, a parasitic flatworm. The life cycle of a parasite is very complex. At one of these stages, it's adapted to live and consume reserves in the snail's body, using it as an intermediate carrier. And in the next stage, the worm enters the human body in order to complete its life cycle and provide a way to lay eggs to repeat self-reproduction over and over again. The parasite begins to literally devour human health within minutes of entering our body. After washing or bathing in contaminated water, cercariae get on the skin and begin to quickly penetrate inside. They will have no other chance to survive but to use our body for their own purposes. And so, they dissolve human skin with caustic enzymes, pierce it with a special spike on their tail, bite into everything they can, everything in order to penetrate inside us and gain access to a plentiful food supply, multiply, and ensure the survival of their kind. Schistosomes are perfectly adapted to move through the blood vessels and, using the branched network of passages, penetrate the heart, then into the lungs, and so on. They conduct reconnaissance and seize internal organs one by one until they find a secluded, quiet place. Once there, the schistosome decides to build a cozy family nest for itself. To do this, it has everything it needs: living space for laying eggs and an almost unlimited supply of food. The flow of nutritious blood will not dry out as long as the person is alive, providing a constant supply of resources that ensure a carefree life for the parasite. For the human host, problems begin from the first minutes of infection. Despite the maximum size of the parasite of 0.4 of a millimeter, within 10 minutes after infection, a person begins to experience severe itching and scabies. His skin turns red and irritated. He feels constant discomfort, but he's not able to understand the nature of the problem on his own. During the day, a skin rash appears after being gnawed by the parasite. However, after a few days, these signs will disappear, and the carrier sighs with relief. Everything seems to have gone away by itself. It was just a short-term allergy, and there's no cause for concern. But he doesn't suspect what mortal danger awaits him. After all, this was only a delay, the time needed for the parasite to change the stages of development of the larva and spread through the internal organs of its new host. The host then decides that all health problems are solved, but unwittingly only gave the schistosomes time to breathe so that they could build up a reserve of forces and find a safe place for themselves before launching the deadly attack. It starts suddenly. The toxins released by the parasite poison the body every day. As a protective measure, the human body tries to raise its temperature, but this will no longer help. At first, fever, chills, headache, and swelling of the throat and airway develop. It seems to the patient that all the Egyptian curses have fallen upon them at once. But this is only the beginning. This condition is the last warning to a person to seek urgent medical treatment. Otherwise, the schistosomes will continue their work. The parasite's eggs will drift through the body and constrict the ducts of blood, lymph, and bile. In no more than 2 months, the blood composition of an infected person will change. Sometimes the illness will seem to recede, which causes temporary relief of the patient's condition and gives them false hope. In fact, this relief is simply associated with the cycles of egg-laying by the schistosomes, and this is all just a short-term regrouping of the enemy. Soon, the war of annihilation resumes again with renewed vigor. Damage to the nervous system, confused speech, difficulties with movement and orientation in space, and finally, convulsions. I will spare you from the terrible further events, because you've already heard and seen the mortality statistics from schistomiasis at the very beginning of my story, and you yourself can guess the final outcome. All of this looks disgusting, but there's good news for many of us. The parasite and its intermediate carriers, snails, exist only in tropical regions, where the most suitable conditions for life are available to them: high humidity and hot weather. In other climatic conditions, these mollusks are not able to survive, and in their absence, it's impossible to complete the cycle of development of the parasitic worm. The disease threatens only tourists who get bored with the standard rest at resorts with disinfected water and want to break away from the office to see true nature. But in many natural habitats, almost 100% of the local population is infected with the parasite. In poor countries such as Nigeria, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, people suffer from extremely low-quality health care. Due to problems with water treatment, locals drink directly from dirty natural reservoirs. Fortunately, snails don't live in sea and ocean water, so they cannot spread around the globe and will remain within their rivers and lakes. So some will decide that there is no danger. But look here. Before you is the well-known Colorado potato beetle. Despite the name, it's originally from the northeast of Mexico, but it seems that this beetle now considers the whole world its homeland. In the middle of the 19th century, it used the economic activities of man and the huge volumes of freight and migrated to North America, where it liked the fields of potatoes very much. Then, at the beginning of the 20th century, during the First World War, it managed to seize a bridgehead and gain a foothold in occupied positions in Europe. In the 70s, the beetle was already evaluating the quality of the shoots of local potatoes in the South Urals. And today, the insect has already conquered freezing Siberia and is advancing its northern front towards the Far East by 40 to 50 kilometers a year. Until recently, no one had any idea that the Mexican beetle was able to carry out such an expansion and adapt to life in harsh conditions. This small example shows that perhaps one day, snails that spread the parasitic worm can follow the example of the Colorado potato beetle. And soon you can expect their appearance where people are not at all ready for them. Now for a surprise. It's time. French parasitologist Jérôme Boissier of the University of Perpignan at an international conference in Montpellier discovered the truth that shocked the scientific community. Schistosomes did the impossible. They didn't wait for the host snail to evolve and start spreading it across Europe. The parasites themselves made the first move and adapted to a new snail. They formed interspecific hybrids and thus acquired superpowers. New schistosomes, mutants, targeted local snails in Corsica as an intermediate carrier and with great success began to parasitize in their bodies. And immediately after, they looked for a host human. Why why worms need a human, you already understand. There was no shortage of bathers in the Corsican rivers. It was only when schistosomiasis was diagnosed in people who had never been to the tropics that scientists began to unwind this mystery, which is how they came to discover the infected Corsican snail. It's a pity for the inhabitants of the continents, who, unlike the residents of the tropics, have not adapted to the fight against schistosoma during their coexistence for thousands of years. After all, if the Colorado potato beetle is relatively harmless to humans, a mutated parasite can literally destroy our civilization. Even now, using the example of emerging new viruses, we see that humanity is able to successfully cope with a pandemic only if there are reserves and a small number of cases when the infection invades hundreds of thousands of organisms of the Homo sapiens species. But what if hundreds of millions or even billions of people who are not ready to fight back fall ill, when in fact we will be returned to the Stone Age and everyone must survive on their own? The answer is obvious. Medical science will respond to this new threat only in several years or decades, when there's no one left to help. In the meantime, the hope remains that modern medicine and purified water, if of course you have them, can save you. But the snail is not our only partner in facilitating the life cycle of small creatures. For example, what do you think of the tsetse fly, which carries the sleeping sickness pathogen? Subscribe, and next time you'll learn even more. Devouring fire waves roll over the basalt shores. A boiling mass of a molten mixture of silicon dioxide and metals is ejected under high pressure from the crater. It feels like the hatred of ancient underground demons is materializing. Before you, the mouth of the Marum volcano on the island of Ambrim in the Pacific Ocean is raging. The temperature of hot lava gushing from a fault in the Earth's crust is about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 6 times hotter than the hottest iron. Clearly, nothing living within a radius of hundreds of feet around it can exist. Probably, this is how medieval scholars imagined hell, and if now, between the jets and waves of underground magma flashed a vat of sinners, I wouldn't be surprised. The person you see is Canadian researcher and TV host of the program Angry Planet, George Karounis. His helicopter started to fail while still up there. One of his cameras is melted, and his thermal suit is burned through by spray and pitted by acid rain. To get close to the boiling lava, he descended into the crater to a depth of 1,300 feet, almost on a sheer cliff. That's the height of the Empire State Building. Without a thermal suit, a person would be able to stay at this point for no more than 4 or 5 seconds. Of course, he isn't going to jump down. Behind him are dozens of volcanoes, whirlwinds, tornadoes, and ahead, I hope, even more. But what happens to the madman who decides to do something like this and jumps into the boiling lava? It's quite obvious that the temperatures of the molten metals are such that an attempt to touch these incredibly dangerous liquids would lead to at least serious injuries or even to the imminent death of the experimenter. This fact doesn't cause me any doubts. I don't think it does for you either, but look at this. The worker deliberately hits the jet of molten metals several times with an unprotected hand and doesn't look injured. I've heard that metal workers get so used to extreme temperatures that, like superheroes, they're able to ignore such trifles metals. But if this assumption causes you doubt, then there's a more realistic explanation for what we are now seeing, and this is the Leidenfrost effect. Thanks to this, an insulating layer of steam is created between the surface of the skin and the molten metal. Yes, this is a very unreliable and quickly destructible layer of protection, but for a small fraction of a second, it protects the skin surface from direct contact with a thermally dangerous liquid. The trick of dipping a wet hand into molten metal was popular among steelworkers 150 years ago. At the same time, paradoxically, the metal needs to not only be melted, but also heated as much as possible. After all, if the temperature of the melt is close to the point of solidification, when sharply cooled, it can harden directly on the human skin, which would inevitably lead to severe thermal injuries that are life-threatening. I hope that you won't show such tricks to your friends. But just in case, remember, the effect of the protective steam shell ends within a moment, and if you hold your hand in the molten metal, 3rd or even 4th degree burns are guaranteed. This is complete charring of the skin, deadening of the deep layers of muscles, tendons, and even thermal damage to the bones. A person in such a situation is on the verge of life and death, even if the severe injuries received don't seem to directly threaten your life. Trying to cope with the incredible, never-before experienced pain, the body sends adrenaline and endorphins into the blood, but it cannot cope itself. The pulse weakens with each beat. The volume of blood circulation decreases with each second. The outcome of severe traumatic shock without urgent medical help is inevitable: short-term agony and death. Well, I hope that this information is enough to prevent an inexperienced and untrained magician from considering demonstrating the Leidenfrost effect as a simple trick. But still, I suggest you find out what would happen to a person who decided to jump into a pool of molten metal or the mouth of a volcano. Would their body ignite when it touched the fiery surface and burn up without a trace? Or would they have time to sink into the melt and give us a thumbs up like the T-800 Terminator? Of course, there's hardly a person in their right mind who's decided to find answers to these questions experimentally. But let's not forget that people died in lava not only during the time of the ancient Roman city of Pompeii 2,000 years ago, but modern carefree tourists periodically misjudge the degree of danger and often don't return from vacation trips. For example, in the year 2014, when Mount Ontake erupted in Japan, more than 60 people became victims of the disaster. When falling into molten metal, the destructive thermal effect on the body would begin even before contact with the surface. First, a person would meet a layer of superheated air, and the closer they got to the fiery border, the faster the temperature would rise. At about 30 feet away, the skin on the face would send signals to the nervous system about the strong impact of hot air. The eyes would involuntarily close to protect the retina. If we could stay at this level for a couple of minutes, we would feel something terrible: blisters on the skin, and the hot air cooking and blocking small capillaries in the lungs. But fortunately, we're falling further. Even several feet from the surface of the metal, it would be impossible to inhale. The body would refuse to expand the respiratory diaphragm due to the threat of fatal injuries. The skin would burst, shrivel, and hang in rags. The nervous system would refuse to control the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. The time you would remain alive at this level wouldn't exceed a couple of minutes. Finally, within 3 feet of the flaming border, the temperatures would reach several hundred degrees. We would see clothes catch fire or melt, and all the organs of the human body instantly receive damage incompatible with life. But there would be no time. We're falling further. And in a split second, the body, no, it wouldn't sink into the molten metal. It would beat against its surface, only slightly crushing the flaming mirror. After all, the density of molten metal is almost the same as that of metal in a solid state, and we aren't Terminators and aren't capable of such a trick. What was once just a human being would only lie and fry on the surface of the molten metal. Because of instantaneous overheating, all the moisture in the body would turn into steam, and if the body freely releases it with a light pop, then the evaporated brain would create pressure in the skull, which would squeeze the eyes from their sockets. After that, the scene can be considered finished. Under the influence of extreme temperature, the flesh easily ignites and disappears. Then the bones burn. But the teeth can withstand temperatures over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They're the last thing that remains of a living creature. Of course, in practice, the fall would occur very quickly, and most likely we wouldn't have time to realize and feel anything. For an outsider, the body would flash instantly, and at this moment, the person would already be dead. But if this reassures you, I must say that there's a tougher option. For this, the melt must be not so hot. For example, if the lava that came to the surface managed to cool down a little and form a cooler crust on its surface, we wouldn't have time to suffocate or lose consciousness from the pain shock. The human body would simply stick to the top like a fly on duct tape and be fried in this giant frying pan for endless minutes, envying those who were lucky enough to fall right into the boiling metal, who never had to experience the medieval infernal cauldron in their lifetime. But of course, when we hear the words molten metal, we don't only feel fear, although we know about its dangers. It's not for nothing that the main periods in the development of civilization were called the Copper, Bronze, and Iron Ages. From molten metal, humans first made a sword, then an iron plow, a gold coin, a bronze statue, and finally, a space rocket. So thank you to those first daredevils who weren't afraid of such incredibly high temperatures and moved the evolution of mankind significantly forward. Thanks for watching, and be careful around volcanoes. Almost all of the electronics in your home, from the refrigerator to your computer, are powered by an outlet. Have you ever wondered where electricity comes from? Everything originates in power plants. They have huge generators which most often run on the thermal energy of steam. They convert heat into electricity, and at home we can boil an electric kettle in a couple of minutes. But why should we pay to run a power plant? After all, you can build your own small station and provide yourself with electricity for years to come. But it turns out that everything is not so simple. People have been trying to build small home power plants for a long time. As a rule, this doesn't end well. Some have even died during the construction process, but that's definitely not for us. Today, we'll try to make our own nuclear reactor and use it to arrange a nuclear party on a desert island. At the end of 2020, an event thundered in the world of science. A 12-year-old teenager named Jackson Oswalt assembled a nuclear reactor at his home. The boy managed to build a Farnsworth fuser relatively inexpensively, a device that allows you to control thermonuclear reactions. The fuser cost Jackson $10,000 and took 2 years to construct. Most of the parts the teenager ordered off eBay. Do you think that the young physicist was able to provide his home with electricity for many years? In fact, much more energy was spent in the manufacturing process of the reactor than it can give. It's important to understand that nuclear fusion and nuclear decay are different things. The fuser, which Jackson built, can synthesize heavy atomic nuclei from lighter ones, In nuclear decay, the opposite is true. Humans are good at getting electricity from decay, but it's still difficult to get any real benefit from synthesis. Scientists believe that in the future, thermonuclear fusion may become an almost inexhaustible source of energy. Today, there's no thermonuclear reactor that could run anyone's home. If a reactor cannot produce more energy than it needs to operate, then it doesn't meet the Lawson criterion. Not a single fuser has yet come close to this value, and it's unprofitable for the government to finance projects that don't bring visible benefits. It's funny that before 12-year-old Jackson Oswald, 14-year-old Taylor Wilson made a similar fuser. So we can expect that in the near future, someone at the age of 10 will create another thermonuclear reactor. If Jackson and Taylor's goal was to contribute to the development of thermonuclear physics, David Hahn, nicknamed the Radioactive Boy Scout, had a different goal: to provide his home with energy. He assembled a nuclear reactor in his barn. To do this, he needed rare elements that couldn't be found on the free market, namely americium-241, radium-226, and uranium-238. Americium is found in small quantities in smoke detectors. A good manufacturer sold Hahn hundreds of non-working sensors for $1 each. To get radium, he had to look in the dump for an old watch with luminous hands. The treasured element can be found in a small amount of luminescent paint. With uranium, things are a little more complicated. You just can't get it. But this didn't stop Hahn from introducing himself as a professor of physics and fraudulently buying it from a Czechoslovak company. In the end, the reactor never started working. The 17-year-old scientist failed to obtain energy from nuclear fission. When he noticed that within a few blocks from his laboratory, the radiation pollution had grown to an unacceptable level, it was decided to curtail the project. David wanted to take all the materials into the forest, but on his way, he was arrested by the police. In the shed, which served as a laboratory, they found objects with radiation levels 1,000 times higher than the permissible level. 22 years later, Hahn died, not from acute radiation sickness, but from alcohol poisoning. There's only one conclusion. You shouldn't build a reactor yourself if you aren't an engineer at a nuclear power plant. You run the risk of causing great harm to the world around you and also ending up behind bars. On the other hand, there are times in life when desperate steps are needed. Imagine you're crossing the Pacific Ocean in a small ship carrying old broken computers and tritium capsules. This metal is used to generate weak electricity and to illuminate the elements of some devices. Suddenly, a terrible storm begins. The team loses control of the ship and it crashes into a rock, after which it begins to sink. You realize that death is inevitable. In the confusion, you find containers with the things necessary for the reactor, climb onto the floating remains of the ship, and wait for your raft to be washed ashore. After a while, you spot the shore and swim up to it. After exploring the surroundings, you realize that you've been brought to a desert island. The only question that bothers you is, how can I get out of here? Suddenly, an idea comes to you: to assemble a nuclear reactor from improvised means in order to provide yourself with electricity, and then use this energy to power a powerful laser that can send a distress signal up into the night sky. You'll have a chance at being noticed by a passing helicopter and survive after such serious trouble. We won't be able to assemble a full-fledged uranium reactor like at nuclear power plants, but we can use tritium capsules to build a beta decay system. This capsule can be ordered online for $10. You're just lucky. Let's get started. Try not to break the capsule, much less burn its contents. In both cases, your body will receive strong radiation. The energy from the decay of tritium needs to be collected on a solar panel. You can find this in a calculator among other computer junk. To prevent the particles from scattering chaotically, they need to be focused. To do this, wrap the tritium capsule with foil. Now, take off your glasses if you have a pair. Remove the lenses from them and install them in such a way that the beam of beta particles hits exactly on the solar panel. It's better to construct everything within a small box made of thick cardboard so the device doesn't fall apart. Now, we connect the wires from the solar panel to the computer board, which has an LED. We give it a minute for the battery to charge and observe the LED lighting up.
Congratulations, the reactor is operating.
Albeit at a very low power. But this isn't enough to send a light signal to rescuers. It's necessary to assemble a more powerful laser from scrap materials. Our tritium reactor has a capacity of only 7 milliwatts. If you assembled a dozen of these reactors, you could recharge your smartphone in 20 years. Laser with a power of 300 milliwatts. We need to assemble 43 mini nuclear reactors. Now, let's get to the laser itself. Digging through the computer parts, you find an old Chinese illuminated pointer, a broken floppy drive, and many printed circuit boards. If you take out the red laser diode from the drive and install it in the Chinese pointer module with a lens, having the right board and applying the correct current, you can get a really powerful laser. All that's left is to connect it to our nuclear reactors. After a few days of hard work, you succeed. You wait until night falls for the laser to be as visible as possible. You release the reactor power to its maximum, and in 1 second, a bright red ray begins hitting the heavens. Just don't put your hand in the light. The laser is powerful enough to light a match or leave a hole in lightweight fabric. If you see monkeys on the island, don't shine it in their eyes so that they don't go blind. And now, there is salvation. A few hours later, a rescue helicopter flying past that noticed a strange red glow from your island has landed to check. You're incredibly happy to see living people and suggest that they not fly away immediately. Instead, you can use the power of the assembled reactor to throw an island party with light music and powerful bass. From LEDs, which are abundant in computers, you make bright and multicolored strobe lights. From a huge speaker and a piece of wood, a powerful, low-frequency, almost infrasonic subwoofer. All of this is connected to a tritium reactor and can work for a while you dance with the rescuers, celebrating your victory over death. And suddenly, in the middle of dancing, a cold sweat hits you. You've completely forgotten about cooling the reactor, but it's operating at full capacity. What will happen? Will a large 300 milliwatt tritium reactor made up of 43 small ones explode and destroy the entire island? Or is there still a chance at survival? Write your answer to this question in the comments. Remember that building a reactor at home is dangerous business, especially if you're not good at physics. Take care of your life. Stay away from radioactive metals. And as always, thanks for watching. What could interrupt space exploration? Let's think about it together. Will there be no one to aim telescopes or send probes into space? No. The number of people on the planet keeps growing. Will a hacker disable all devices in orbit? I would bet on that with a 1% probability. Devices that send and receive data from space are well protected from cyber attacks. Could something happen with the world's most powerful telescope? Yes, let's get right to the point. I was determined to find out and conducted my own investigation. Believe me, you'll be surprised by the results. The 30-meter telescope is the very device astronomers and astrophysicists around the world have been waiting for. The images taken by the new telescope will be 12 times sharper compared to the Hubble. The 30-meter telescope will capture 9 times more light than its largest counterparts. It sounds promising, I agree. Scientists have been expecting to soon be able to see exoplanets with their own eyes, look into distant galaxies, take a closer look at black holes, and study dark matter. Such great hopes were put on the telescope and its mirror, which is more or less 30 meters or 98 feet in diameter. It was supposed to open unprecedented opportunities in space exploration. According to the plan, the observatory was to be built by mid-2020, but something went wrong. As it turns out, the place chosen for the telescope is to blame. This location, where 13 telescopes of 11 different countries are located, has somehow become unfavorable to the construction of yet one more. I'm talking about Mount Mauna Kea in Hawaii. The sleeping volcano is a perfect location for astronomical observations. Everything comes together here. The highest mountain, low humidity, and good clear weather almost year-round. Also, the absence of large cities and light pollution. This spot could be an ideal platform for the new telescope, if not for one but. Has this volcano, asleep for millennia, suddenly woken up? No, this isn't the problem. The last eruption of Mauna Kea happened about 4,500 years ago. Scientists have no doubt that the awakening of this volcano is unlikely to happen during our lifetime. Of course, it's risky to build expensive telescopes near the mouth of a fire-breathing giant. Yet, what we won't do for the sake of science, it's clear that this isn't the issue. There's a force stronger than any volcanic eruption. This force stands in the way of the engineers and builders of the giant telescope. So, what could it be? They call themselves Kia'i. This is a group of native Hawaiian people that advocates for the sacred mountain of Mauna Kea. They believe that building such a huge telescope would anger the spirits and desecrate the land. The Mauna Kea volcano is the highest peak among the 5 peaks of the island of Hawaii, and therefore the most revered. In Hawaiian mythology, it was believed that the summit of Mauna Kea is the kingdom of the gods. In ancient times, only the highest leaders and priests were allowed to climb the mountain. Later, members of the royal family were added to the list. You understand now what a special place the scientists decided to make the center of great discoveries. A confrontation between the local residents and science has been going on for more than 5 years. During this time, the defenders repeatedly blocked the path to the telescopes. They lay in the middle of the road and tied themselves with ropes. The first protest happened during the foundation laying ceremony. This struggle for the land has taken on an incredible scale. So in 2019, all 13 observatories on Mauna Kea had to close for 4 weeks. People weren't allowed to work. There's never been such a long downtime in the 50-year history of alpine observatories. Scientists nearly missed an asteroid headed for Earth. It got out of sight 13 years ago and reappeared during the pause in telescope observation. No one managed to calculate its trajectory. Scientists could only hope that a collision wouldn't occur. Luckily, it turned out to be so. This case made it clear that telescopes should work nonstop. Project managers for the construction of the telescope had to find a backup location. The choice was the island of La Palma in the Canary Islands. This small volcanic island is home to 21 telescopes. It may become a platform for the new observatory. Yet some scientists worry that this location won't justify the money and effort invested. It's not as high as the location on Mauna Kea, and this may affect the viewing quality. Also, only 20% of nights on the island are precipitation-free, which is insufficient to fully explore the atmospheres of exoplanets or observe the earliest galaxies. So, should we stop hoping for great cosmic discoveries? The future of the 30-meter telescope is unclear. Even if it's built on an alternative site, it's unknown if it will perform optimally. Fortunately, this telescope is just one of 3 projects of a large new generation of ground-based observatories. In the Atacama Desert in Chile, construction of the giant Magellan telescope is going according to plan. Comparing the area of the light-capturing surface, it's inferior to the main character of our video. But this telescope is very capable. With its help, it'll be possible to obtain information about dark matter, one of the main components of the universe, which is not easy to find. Dark matter, like an invisible ghost, is almost elusive for today's telescopes. Astronomers have to look for it indirectly by observing how its gravity affects stars and galaxies. All of this can change with the new telescope, named after the famous navigator. It'll help to map dark matter more accurately. Exoplanets, ancient galaxies, the study of interstellar matter are some of its exploration goals as well. The extremely large telescope is also being built in Chile. Its mirror will capture 15 times more light than any existing telescope. The clarity of the images will allow us to study the atmosphere of planets outside the solar system. Just 10 years ago, scientists couldn't even dream of this. Today, they boldly forecast an increase in the number of inhabited exoplanets that can be discovered. This telescope will observe the stars in distant galaxies quite easily. In short, the telescope should revolutionize astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology. There's more. Earth won't be the only place from which serious space exploration will be conducted. In about 2021, the James Webb Space Telescope will be sent into orbit. It'll be equipped with a deployable sun shield. Indeed, in near-Earth orbit, under the direct rays of the sun, objects can be heated to 121 Celsius. That's 250 Fahrenheit. This screen will help maintain the spacecraft's temperature below minus 220 Celsius, or minus 364 Fahrenheit, which is necessary for infrared observations. According to researchers, observations with the help of James Webb and ground-based super telescopes ideally will complement each other. Perhaps then, hypotheses about space will be confirmed faster, and new planets and stars will be discovered more often. I don't know what fate awaits the 30-meter telescope. Perhaps it'll appear in the Canary Islands, and despite the imperfect conditions for observation, it may well still surprise us. Maybe the defenders of the Hawaiian volcano will agree with the scientists and allow the construction equipment to reach the top of the mountain. Time will tell. Where do you think the telescope will be built? Write in the comments. Don't forget to give a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If climatologists around the world had a red SOS button, then at the end of 2019, they definitely would have pushed it. Previously considered to be stable, the Vavilov ice cap on the deserted Russian An archipelago of Severnaya Zemlya suddenly began to slide rapidly into the sea. It's hard to believe, but between 2013 and 2019, the glacier lost 9.5 billion tons of ice, which is 11% of its original mass. What are scientists afraid of? Is climate chaos awaiting us? And how do other glaciers on the planet behave? Today, Riddle is expected to freeze. Better go get your hat and mittens. There were no signs of trouble. For a long time, the Arctic remained a relatively stable region. Its glaciers lying above sea level were hardly affected by warm seawater. But by 2015, the speed of the Vavilov ice cap's movement increased from 5 centimeters, or 2 inches per day, up to 30 centimeters, or 1 foot. Over the course of a year, the glacier traveled 4 kilometers, or 2.5 miles, and lost so much ice that it would be enough to cover the entire state of Washington with a thin layer of water. Now, the Sprinter has accelerated to 5 to 10 meters, or 16 to 33 feet per day. The reason for the glacier's accelerated rate of melting was its movement to less stable bottom sediments. After the lower part of the ice cap became wet, the water from melting ice served as a kind of lubricant, and the glacier began to pick up speed. A warm 2012 might also have affected the glacier's rate of melting. Scientists have no doubt, for the first time, they're seeing the birth of a unique natural phenomenon, an ice stream. And it all began with just typical glacier surge. Whether this phenomenon occurs in the life of a glacier only once or regularly, it doesn't represent any danger, nor does it depend on the climate. Like a living organism, the glacier seeks to free itself from stress, cracks with a roar, frees itself from tons of ice, and then it recovers and overgrows with a new layer of ice. A sharp but short-term increase in the speed of movement of the ice mass occurs, but not this time. In the case of the Vavilov ice cap, it is neither stopped nor slowed down. Today, its speed is about 5 kilometers or 3 miles per year, and this process doesn't appear to be reversible. Satellite images clearly show the entire western wing of the Vavilov ice cap has entered the ocean. If only one glacier rapidly melted, you could sleep soundly. But no, someone or something has given a death sentence to the massive ice cover of planet Earth, and the executioner's name is global warming. For example, the ice cover of Greenland from 2003 to 2017 decreased by 3.5 trillion tons. In the record heat of July 2019 alone, Greenland lost another 197 billion tons of ice. This amount would be enough to fill about 80 million Olympic-sized pools. But just recently, a balance was observed. The volume of snow falling in winter was approximately equal to the volume of ice melting in summer. Warm ocean water moving under huge glaciers also helps the ice melting process. German scientists studied the system of one of the largest glaciers in Greenland, the so-called 79N Glacier. Under one of its sections, they found a hollow space about 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles wide with a ledge, along the bottom of which warm water from the Atlantic flows directly to the glacier. This is a kind of barrier. After overcoming it, the water accelerates. Thus, the base of the glacier is subjected to increased underwater impact, and the melting process gains speed. The hollow itself is growing. Over the past few years, its depth has increased by 15 meters or 49 feet. The same situation is observed at the base of the glacier Zachariah Istrom. Perhaps to blame is the shape of the seabed along all of Greenland. However, scientists have yet to verify this claim. Alaska is also melting. Over the past 50 years, the largest U.S. state has warmed up to 2 degrees Celsius or 4 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a lot, because throughout the rest of the planet, the temperature temperature rose by only 1 degree Celsius or 2 degrees Fahrenheit. For a long time, the Taku Glacier in the Juneau ice field remained one of the few that stood firm against the effects of global warming. Taku is 1,480 meters or 4,855 feet thick and is one of the largest mountain glaciers in the world. Over the past half century, it's been gathering mass and generally spreading further towards the nearby river. But it could not withstand the effects of the weather, and in the fall of 2019 began to melt. This was in contrast to the forecasts of scientists who expected to see the first signs of melting only after 80 years. And again, the record hot summer of 2019 played an important role here, due to which the glacier lost a large part of its mass. Over the past quarter century, Antarctica has lost almost 3 trillion tons of ice, which led to a rise in sea level by 7.6 millimeters or 0.3 inches, of which 3 millimeters or 0.1 inches was lost just in the last 5 years. So, the Ross Ice Shelf, the largest ice shelf in Antarctica, has experienced an increasing rate of ice melt due to the warm surface waters of the ocean heated by the sun. Its area is comparable in size to France and amounts to 487,000 square kilometers or 188,000 square miles. Researchers from New Zealand studied the interaction of the glacier with the ocean for 4 years and issued a disappointing verdict. The glacier's melting faster than previously thought. It turned out that next to the glacier is the so-called Ross Sea Polynya, which warms up quickly in the summer and accelerates the melting. Scientists even managed to record the drift of the melting glacier. Can you hear it? Who knew that a block of ice can sing to us? Perhaps it's asking people to change their minds and begin to be more careful about the environment. Maybe the glacier is singing a farewell song to its brother, Thwaites Glacier, which is considered the most dangerous in Antarctica. Situated in the Amundsen Sea, this glacier covers an area comparable to the size of Florida, and scientists are seriously worried about its rate of melting. Just imagine, from 1978 to 2009, the glacier lost a quarter of its mass. Thwaites Glacier moves 800 to 2,000 meters, or 2,600 to 6,600 feet annually, and accounts for 4% of the global rise in sea level. However, the entire Antarctic ice cover melts almost 6 times faster than 40 years ago. In the 1980s, Antarctica lost 40 billion tons of ice annually. Over the past decade, this number has grown to 252 billion tons per year. In the winter of 2019, a giant cavity with a depth of more than 300 meters, or almost 1,000 feet, was discovered under the glacier. The impressive find was further proof of the rapid melting. Scientists fear that after reaching a certain point, the Thwaites Glacier melting can no longer be halted, even if the temperature of the Earth stops growing. Then the glacier could lose all of its ice in 150 years. This will increase global sea level by 0.5 meter, or 1.6 feet, according to the author of the study from NASA, Helene Seroussi. Other glaciers abut the Thwaites Glacier. If it disappears, its brothers will face the same fate. The most difficult challenge for the scientific community is to understand the mechanisms of ice melt in order to give reliable forecasts of sea level rise. For the time being, scientists are drawing a pessimistic scenario for the future. Even if we significantly limit greenhouse gas emissions in the coming decades, more than 1/3 of the remaining glaciers in the world will melt before 2100. According to various estimates, by 2100, the rise in sea level may increase by about 1 meter or 3 feet. In addition, the melting of ice in a scenario with a temperature increase of 3 to 4 degrees Celsius Celsius, or 5 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit, compared to the middle of the 19th century, will lead to an increase in the number of natural disasters and force people to leave the equatorial regions. With the melting of sea ice, many animals in the far north will lose their home, and fishing in coastal areas will suffer billions in losses due to the fact that fish will cease to spawn. It's a given that glaciers melt, and it's unlikely that this process can be reversed. But each of us can help the planet and contribute to the fight against global warming. You can reduce or eliminate your use of cars, or use a bicycle or scooter at least once a week. You can hang your laundry out to dry on a clothesline rather than using an electric dryer, and unplug electrical appliances that you don't use. You can sort your garbage for recycling. All this will help reduce CO2 emissions and slow down the rate of warming. Awareness about everything is the trend of 2020. So before you turn off your gadget, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Until next time. How do you feel about snakes? Probably for many of you, they don't conjure pleasant emotions. It's not known how Watiba felt about snakes, a 54-year-old Indonesian woman who disappeared while checking her garden. Local residents organized search operations and found her the next day. More precisely, they found her sandals and a machete, and next to it, a swollen python that had swallowed her, which was confirmed after the snake was killed and an autopsy was performed. A horrible death. But what if I told you that there's a reptile that only with its appearance causes fear that paralyzes the whole body, and after meeting one, you'd definitely never be found? This reptile is much faster, more agile, and much larger than a simple python, and can swallow you in one moment, and you won't even know how it happened. Titanoboa, translated as giant boa constrictor, the queen of all snakes, a 43-foot killing machine the size of a bus that hunts like a crocodile, hiding in the water and waiting for the victim to come within one quick lunge. Notably, the snake's diet also consisted of crocodiles. Yes, it did. And because this terrible snake died out about 60 million years ago, it will be extremely difficult to find it in its natural habitat in the swampy jungles of present-day Colombia. Let's imagine a situation in which you manage to meet one. How should you cope with such a monster? Let's sort it out. First of all, it's worth remembering that you would meet Titanoboa only in the jungle, where survival is already a difficult task. The temperature would be more than 86 degrees Fahrenheit. There would be high humidity, which would make you sweat, and all sorts of creatures would want to eat you. Even if you were an athlete with the health of a horse and the endurance of a bull, the jungle would deflate your honor in just a couple of hours. It's difficult to be as vigilant as possible in such conditions. Making your way through the thickets and noticing how gradually all the variety of sounds fade, the terrain becomes impassable, and the silence is diluted only by the sound of your steps. You'd begin to understand that death was near and already watching you. And as soon as you turned around, you would see huge jaws rushing towards you. A simple traveler is just prey. The survival advice is very simple. Don't walk through swampy areas in the jungle alone. What do you do if you just need to beat Titanoboa and get a trophy in the form of its head? Even well-armed, with several firearms and a machete prepared to hunt for a reptile, it would be difficult to find the snake because of its color. Unlike modern snakes, bright color wasn't necessary for it. Its color resembled a dirty car mat, and given the swampy terrain in which it lived, the chances of tracking it first were reduced to 0. Even if you had a partner who was ready to cover your back, the chances of a successful outcome would still be small. Walking knee-deep in water and feeling the stench of rotten vegetation, you would feel the presence of death in your gut, which would bite you in half with one lunge before you realized it. And only if you went on a search with a squad of several people would there be a chance that the survivors had time to aim and shoot several times before the snake tore everyone apart. Would it survive its injuries? It's hard to say, but it's likely. Would you survive? Definitely not. Therefore, to kill it for sure, you'd need to pick up a trained team of special forces with a clear task: track down and destroy. Who would we need? First of all, a tracker who, while approaching the jungle, would determine what the reptile had eaten a couple of days before. A scout, a signalman, the eyes and ears of the squad whose drones determine the route and serve as bait. A sniper, an invisible helping hand in hot situations, to shoot as a distraction and to mortally wound. And of course, the strike group, the assault squad, pouring a lead shower on any obstacle in the way. Now the victim would become the hunter, and the chances would be more than favorable. Anyway, one person couldn't handle it. Therefore, I suggest putting a bigger opponent against Titanoboa. This one also has a killer instinct and wouldn't yield in ferocity. Be in awe of his majesty, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This Jurassic predator was at the top of the food chain. 8-inch teeth, a bite almost twice as strong as that of a great white shark, about 3.5 tons. And all this rage moved on two 13-foot legs at a speed of 25 miles per hour. No wonder they called it the King. But Titanoboa is a worthy opponent. Its length reached 43 feet, and its weight was more than a ton. It strangled its victims with a huge squeezing force, more than 426 pounds per square inch. About the same force would be received by a person hit by a load weighing 1.5 Brooklyn Bridges. Now let's skip the conventions, like the fact that these two giants live far from each other. Today, their paths cross for the first time, and for one of them, the last time. Titanoboa is hungry. It wants to eat something more than the usual alligator. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has already eaten a freshly caught ornithopod and is heading for its lair. Passing by a swampy area, the snake waits for the moment and makes a swift lunge towards the predator, biting directly into the neck in the area of the carotid artery, after which it wraps a powerful grip and begins strangling it. But Tyrannosaurus isn't at the top of the food chain for nothing. Its skin is strong and its weight is almost 10 times that of the snake. Trying to throw off the snake, it's able to bite Titanoboa. The bite is clearly weak, but being suffocated, it needs to survive. With a loud hiss, the snake loosens its grip. Freed from strangulation, the predator makes two Titanoboa out of one with a second accentuated bite. Thus, the battered but lively T-Rex lets out a powerful roar of victory. The reptile lost this fight, but there's a chance that if Tyrannosaurus was exhausted, injured, or ill, it most likely would not have survived this fight. It may seem that Titanoboa isn't as terrifying as it's described, and only alligators are afraid of it. But don't forget that despite the extinction of these snakes, their closest relatives, pythons, aren't inferior in their power, and meetings with them in the jungles of Colombia or the Amazon should be avoided since they haven't been fully studied. If you're going to travel to these places, be on your guard, and remember that it's better better not to go into swampy areas, as these are the territories of large snakes. They reigned here long before us, and they aren't expecting visitors. The law of conservation of energy teaches us that nothing comes from nowhere and disappears into nowhere, although I have observed exceptions. For example, the cookies next to my monitor disappear by themselves, but this time there was a violation of a completely different scale. In 2020, we lost an entire star, one of the most massive stars in the near universe, the colossus of the dwarf galaxy Kinman Dwarf, which just quietly disappeared into the night in a mysterious way for scientists. If I believed in omens, I would tell you that this year has really been damned. It's no coincidence that Time magazine called the year 2020 the worst in the history of mankind. But despite the natural disasters and the pandemic, throughout the year it was amazing to see how, despite the difficulties, you kept a sense of humor and joked about the situation. I think this meme is the main illustration of this year. Many people would argue with me and say that if 2020 were a person, it would be the image of a loser who got stuck in some Groundhog Day. But seriously, I'm proud of the way we endured all this madness. And if you really imagine a person who would represent 2020, it would be a human hero. They went through fire and water, survived lockdown, wore a mask in crowded places, and took care of their loved ones. I think every one of you is that character in one way or another. If you're watching this video, it means you survived this year. Congratulations, you are a hero. If 2020 were a person, they might be one of those African kids, for instance. Despite everything, they try to help their parents around the house and try to save their crops, despite knowing that this year the locusts left the people and farm herds without food supplies. Back in February, the United Nations warned the world about the incredible number of desert locusts that were spreading across East Africa and South Asia. But despite the warnings, the agriculture of countries such as Kenya and Ethiopia was soon completely destroyed. They know that now only international aid can save their family from starvation. But together with their comrades, every day they continue to fight for their future, for every surviving meter of crops, for every surviving sprout. Such people don't give up and will survive this devastating natural cataclysm. But this whole year has not been the best for them. Or this Australian woman, isn't she the personification of the 2020 person? Her life wasn't in danger, but the woman couldn't sit by and watch as she saw a koala dying in the fires and, risking herself, entered the burning bush. This koala was lucky, as well as thousands of others who were pulled from the fires, moved to a safe place, watered, and fed by ordinary Australians. The monstrous natural cataclysm arose due to a unique combination of natural factors, another record temperature, and a huge number of thunderstorms with lightning, but without rain. As a result, a deadly fire broke out in many places across the country, and the consequences of this you can now watch on your screens. And perhaps the people who represent 2020 are the ordinary doctors who save patients with COVID-19. Around the world, they continue to fight for our lives on a daily basis, often in conditions of overcrowded hospitals and lack of equipment. Yes, humanity as a whole was completely unprepared for the new virus. Governments didn't understand when to introduce a lockdown. Laboratories weren't able to develop a vaccine for a long time. But no one took the responsibility away from ordinary doctors, and they courageously stood in the way of a deadly virus at the very first line of defense of humanity. In the chain of events of this difficult year, not only did a star from the constellation Aquarius vanish, but there were also a couple of attempts by strong world players to unleash another world war. But look, ordinary people all over the planet have shown that they're still ready to respond to deadly challenges. Thanks to international aid, the children of Ethiopia and Kenya aren't starving to death since locusts destroyed all their resources. Unremarkable heroes of our time risked their lives to save the unfortunate animals suffocating in the thick smoke. Ordinary medical workers are meekly withstanding double and triple loads in hospitals, best understanding that the risk of COVID-19 for them is the highest. Even the heads of powerful states, despite disagreements, are trying to agree with each other and peacefully coexist on the planet. All of these facts give us hope that humanity can overcome any difficulty and come out of these trials renewed and even stronger than before. Many even believe that the quarantine and reduced production levels caused by the coronavirus have played a positive role for nature. In China, carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere have decreased by a quarter. Cities have been cleared of smog, and sea turtles have been able to return to deserted Indian beaches. Perhaps for wildlife, humanity is now worse than locusts and fires, and thanks to the quarantine, it's really healing. Maybe this was just a trailer for 2021, but whatever 2020 was, we were better, and this is a fact.
The crisis is a chance to change what is long out of date,
says the founder of the world's largest hedge fund, Bridgewater Associates, Ray Dalio. First of all, we're waiting for a leap in digitalization, the use of big data technology. So, for example, in the near future, according to Dalio, money will go digital.
Understanding what your thinking is capable of, along with knowing how to use digital tools, will be the most valuable skills,
says Dalio. Former trader and risk manager Nassim Taleb argues that in 2020, people stopped buying a lot of unnecessary things. Our consumption habits change. We become more aware. Our cities also change. When the first fax machines appeared, many believed that they would destroy cities. After all, documents can now be exchanged at a distance. The same was said after the advent of the internet. But now Zoom and other video programs will finally really fulfill those predictions. You can forget about spending half a day to get to work. You can communicate from the other side of the world. Thanks to the pandemic, many companies have realized that employees are quite good at working from home. This doesn't mean that offices will disappear completely. They'll simply become smaller and people will not go there every day. Perhaps many will begin to move from cities to rural areas. This year has changed us all. We've become stronger and have learned to adapt to this strange new world. And I'm pretty damn curious about what will happen in 2021. Happy New Year. And as always, thanks for watching. Imagine waking up in the morning and trying to make yourself a coffee, but the lights and gas don't work. You look out the window, and there the whole city is extinguished. Power lines, roads, and gas pipelines are cut. It looks like Godzilla walked through the city, but it was just a laser beam a few microns thick. You didn't notice it, but it just happened to cross through your city and cut the Earth in half. Due to gravity, it didn't split apart. But what would happen to the Earth if you increased the thickness of the beam to at least 1 millimeter? If you have a bad shave and accidentally hurt yourself, the place of your cut will heal quickly. But if you placed a laser near the Earth's equator, then along this line, the Earth would boil and evaporate. At the point of the cut, the planet would lose weight, about 700 billion tons. The power of the beam would be approximately 0.36% the power of the sun. That's like 880 billion of the most powerful power plants. In the beam of the laser, it passes into a state close to plasma, but more solid in consistency. Now, the destruction of Godzilla would pale in comparison to that of a millimeter-wide laser beam. First, it would cut through the thin crust of the Earth, which is only 21.7 miles thick, and in the ocean, about 3 to 6 miles. Gases and the Earth's mantle would escape into the gap of the cut. A hot, molten mantle with a temperature of 2,570 degrees Fahrenheit would erupt to the surface. The pressure of the mantle is almost 1.5 million atmospheres. Just imagine the force of the eruption. If such a hot drop fell on your hand, it would burn through because blood boils at 122 degrees. The Earth would be literally buried under a layer of ash. Remember Vesuvius? During the eruption in Pompeii, 0.7 cubic miles of ash, gas, and rock were shot out of the vent. Meanwhile, there would be a tsunami. A giant ocean wave would reach a height of several hundred meters and wash away everything in its path. Finally, after cutting through the mantle, the laser beam would reach the Earth's core. It would easily overcome the external liquid core, but with the internal core, it would have to break a sweat. The density of the solid core reaches 12,500 ounces per cubic foot, and it is 4 times higher than the density of the crust. For example, if we cut an avocado, the knife would easily pass through the flesh, but it would not be able to cut through the pit. The same thing would happen if a laser tried to break through the core. When the beam came out the other side of the Earth, boring through it, the hot plasma would already be inside the crust, and the Earth would heat up and spew gases from the inside. The beam may not have time to reach the crust, as the pressure would begin tearing it apart. Chunks of the Earth's crust would jump like a lid on a boiling kettle, and the entire planet would be shaken by powerful earthquakes. When the beam started cutting through the Earth, the width of the gap for the magma exit was 1 millimeter, but here the exit would be an uneven crack hundreds of meters wide. Therefore, the lava would pour out for many kilometers, and the intensity of the earthquakes would be an order of magnitude higher than at any point of entry of the beam. The Earth, of course, would pretty much melt down, but not split in half, thanks to the retention of the powerful gravitational force. Rivers of fire would flow through it, and the land at the point of the cut would become a scorched desert for many thousands of kilometers after the molten mantle cooled. Of course, we associate laser beams with science fiction and intergalactic wars with Martians, not real life. However, you don't have to invent a laser gun to cut through the Earth. Lasers could come from interstellar clouds. In our universe, researchers from Carleton College have found lasers with a natural origin. These giant interstellar clouds stretch out for hundreds of millions of miles and are created by condensed gases. They form an active laser medium due to the excessive concentration of excited microparticles ready to emit photons of light. Nearby stars and cosmic radiation pump these clouds up with energy, and its cosmic dimensions allow for creating a laser without a special resonator, which is used in even artificial lasers. In this way, the giant light beam could randomly form a sharp focus and become a laser beam, especially if the laser isn't stopped. Under the influence of gravity, new areas of land would fall into the zone of laser damage, which would lead to cities on different sides of the cutting line converging with one another. Thus, we would literally come to the point at which the Earth would go out from under our feet. In a couple of weeks, Moscow would start bordering Paris, and Alaska would become part of Manhattan, and this would happen continuously. Earthlings would have to organize a flexible infrastructure, move to live in mobile vans like traveling musicians, and leave the settled life forever. Now, there would be a really significant reason to explore Mars. Indeed, animals and birds would also have to leave their homes. But what if the laser cut the Earth across like a watermelon? What then? If you managed to get a hold of a laser beam, the power of which was comparable to the sun, Earthlings wouldn't survive in any case. The Earth's crust would be permanently damaged, and the planet would turn into a hot ball, as it was 4.5 billion years ago when it first appeared. The ash from the hot crust would block the sun completely, because the entire atmospheric layer would be black as a chimney. And if we cut off the top at the North Pole, the magma would flow into the Arctic Ocean and spread further down like honey on a baked apple. A great show for the Martians. Now, let's imagine a completely absurd situation. A hooligan Martian decided to play with a laser and draw a smiley face on the Earth as a greeting. He didn't want to hurt anyone, just chose an original way to say hello. Earthlings would definitely not like it because the laser would burn everything in its path and turn it into plasma, which would then evaporate. The depth of the burn would depend on the time the laser spent on each spot. A funny smiley face would not destroy the Earth, but the Martian could be sure that their call for intergalactic friendship was heard. The only way to stop this calamity would be ordinary rain or fog, so the people of Britain would be lucky. When passing through the atmosphere, especially in adverse weather conditions, a laser beam loses up to 80% of its intensity. The Earth's atmosphere itself is heterogeneous, and there's also snow falling. And finally, good news. The peculiarity of laser waves is that they often miss their target at long distances. So, Martian attacks from space and the subsequent end of the world are likely to bypass us. Humanity has existed on the planet for about 300,000 years. We've survived many wars. Nuclear bombings, famines, and deadly pandemics. But what if we were on Earth 200 million years ago? Most modern threats to humans didn't yet exist then. However, there was something worse than a hydrogen bomb and incurable diseases. Dinosaurs. What would we do in a world full of huge lizards? Could we have lasted even a day on the planet during the Jurassic period? Forget everything you learned about dinosaurs and this era from Steven Spielberg movies. Today, we're going to face the truth from a scientific point of view. If modern humans found themselves in the Jurassic period, they wouldn't recognize the Earth. At that time, everything looked different, and even the position of the continents was different. Pangaea had just begun to split in two, changing the climate and allowing the planet's population to grow. And in every sense, it was during the Jurassic period that dinosaurs became the dominant species. It was only their mass extinction that helped mammals get ahead, which eventually led to the appearance of humans. But that's still a long way off. The main goal of of humans in the Jurassic period would be to not get eaten. The well-known Tyrannosaurus Rex was able to accelerate up to 72 kilometers per hour. That's 45 miles per hour. And this at a weight of 14 tons. But there were lighter and faster dinosaurs that hunted in groups. For them, a human would be easy prey. Speed, binocular vision, excellent sense of smell, night vision, and killer instincts. American paleontologist and evolutionary biologist Stephen Broussat from the University of Edinburgh believes that it would have taken a lot of effort to avoid death. However, predatory dinosaurs would not have been the only problem for humans because there were also herbivores. These were no less dangerous than predators and were quite capable of hitting you with a spiked tail or impaling you with a horn. Simply frightening. Moreover, you might not have noticed and been trampled to death. It's believed that Diplodocus was the size of 4 elephants. Next to this, a person would feel like a cat next to its owner. Hunting such massive animals would be incredibly difficult. To this day, scientists don't know how strong the skin of dinosaurs was. This means that it's not known whether it could have been pierced with a knife, a spear, or even a bullet. Even if you managed to kill a dinosaur, its smell would attract predators and scavengers. If you stuck around for a long time with a huge piece of raw meat, you'd definitely have been smelled and eaten. This isn't the end of the problem. During the Jurassic period, the oxygen content in the atmosphere was quite low, about 15%. Today, this figure is 21%. Most likely, modern humans, once the age of the dinosaurs, would have experienced hypoxia. This, in turn, can develop into altitude sickness, which leads to constant shortness of breath, spatial disorientation, coma, and sometimes death. But let's say we could have handled it. What about water sources? The human body isn't used to the bacteria and microorganisms of the Jurassic. Therefore, a sip of water from any reservoir could be deadly. Today, drinking water undergoes multi-stage treatment, but the risk is still not zero. What can we say about the Jurassic period? Catching a parasite here, or even catching an ancestor of malaria from an ancient midge would have been more than realistic. It's likely that the dinosaurs themselves hosted giant flat and roundworms and millions of other parasites that permeated the organisms of ancient reptiles through and through. Don't forget about the various insects or snakes that lurked everywhere. One touch or bite from something wrong could take your life. For example, the web of the giant spider, Nephelia jurassica. Scientists don't know if it was poisonous, but it's known for sure that it wove a 1.5 meter or 5-foot network of strong golden silk. Perhaps even small dinosaurs got caught in it. Let's now look at what humans would have eaten 200 million years ago. One of the best options would have been eggs. Huge lizard eggs, rich in protein, would have helped satisfy hunger, but you're not the only one who thinks so. Many other dinosaurs like to ravage clutches for a snack. You would have had to act quickly to stay ahead of the competition and not get hurt by the mother. If you weren't able to steal eggs, you would have been able to go fishing. During the Jurassic period, many parts of the current land were flooded. There, in the shallows, in the warm water, many organisms lived, and a special plankton colored the water red. If the blood color didn't scare you, you would have been able to catch a snail. But this would also have been a life-threatening affair. The seas and oceans of that era were home to dangerous predators. For example, such as the Liopleurodon. Its teeth were about 7 centimeters long, or 2.7 inches. If you didn't get away in time, you could have become the prey yourself. And even a vegan diet in the Jurassic period would be a test for a person. At that time, many different plants grew on the earth, but without hints of flowers, berries, or fruit. There was something like the fruit of a modern ginkgo, but because of the disgusting smell of excrement, you would have hardly been able to eat it. Fungi and seaweed were common there, but none of the species were similar to what humans eat today. This doesn't mean that they were all poisonous. However, you would have only had one chance to find out. At best, an unsuccessful experience would have ended in food poisoning. At worst, a painful death. If one human was alive in the Jurassic period, this person would have been doomed to death. Most likely, it would have happened in a couple of days. At the same time, if there were really a lot of people, they would have been able to adapt. However, the use of metal would have to be forgotten, even if you brought it with you from modern times. In conditions of high humidity, it would quickly become covered with rust. To get anything on the spot would be simply impossible. It's too hard to work in conditions of a lack of oxygen. But even if they adapted, humans wouldn't be able to live with the dinosaurs in peace. So says biologist and paleontologist Victoria Arbour from the Royal Ontario Museum. Based on our current relationship with large predators such as lions, wolves, and bears, it's clear that humans and predators rarely get along with each other. For example, to protect our homes from wolves, people almost destroyed this animal's entire population in North America. It's unclear whether this would have worked with a predator that's 70 times larger than a wolf. One hope might have been finding a corner of the earth where the dinosaurs and other monsters of the past weren't able to reach us. Despite all the danger and unpredictability of the behavior of ancient animals, scientists have long been trying to resurrect them. Researchers led by geneticist George Church at Harvard University are trying to insert mammoth genes extracted from ancient DNA into the modern genome of the Asian elephant. If they succeed, these huge woolly creatures may reappear on Earth in a few decades. Scientists are also trying to resurrect the dinosaur, but there's a problem here. These huge lizards have been extinct for too long, and it takes a lot of work to get their DNA. However, in a sense, dinosaurs still live side by side with us. Crocodiles, birds, and turtles are all descendants of ancient lizards that managed to evolve and survive to the present day. So, you can touch the story at any time. Just reach out your hand. All of the information I've used to create this video is current at the time of its release. Perhaps, after a while, scientists will find other facts that will completely change our understanding of the Jurassic period. But this is the beauty of science, constantly searching for the truth and learning something new about the world around us. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Imagine that after a vacation, you're flying home in a plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Very soon, you'll be home. And meeting your family. Suddenly, the fuselage is struck by lightning. From the impact, the aircraft practically breaks apart in midair. Passengers strapped to their seats are flying towards Earth. you realize that you are doomed. In 1971, this is exactly what happened. 17-year-old Juliana Kepke was flying with her mother and 91 other passengers over Peru. The tragedy occurred at an altitude of 3 kilometers. 10 seconds after the crash, the young Juliana reached terminal velocity, about 200 kilometers per hour. It seemed that her fate was inevitable. But she managed to survive. The girl broke her collarbone and suffered a concussion, but survived. She was saved by trees whose branches slowed her fall. Does this mean that from the height of a bird in flight, you can survive a fall without a parachute? Juliana isn't the only person who survived a fall from a great height. Traveler and TV host Bear Grylls, at the beginning of his career, fell from a height of 5,000 meters. During a landing in Zambia, his parachute failed to open. He broke 3 vertebrae and miraculously survived. 15 years later, Bear decided to repeat the trick. Right there, during his fall, he cut the main parachute slings and released his spare one, after which he successfully landed. Bear's trick is certainly risky, but there are people in the world who are much crazier. On July 30, 2016, American stuntman Luke Akins deliberately jumped out of an airplane at an altitude of 7,600 meters without a parachute on his back. If you think he decided to take his own life, wait for the conclusion. Luke prepared for a year and a half and used modern equipment to survive from the height of the Himalayan mountains. How did he manage to land without crashing? For this purpose, an entire parachute complex was built, in the center of which was a huge grid of supermolecular polyethylene measuring 30 by 30 meters. It was the height of 20 floors, so that the stuntman didn't hit the ground. Luke's task was to fly almost 8 kilometers, not deviate from the set course in flight, and land on his back in the very center of the grid, measuring 8 by 8 meters. If you decide to pull off such a trick without preparation, you'll most likely miss the target. To correct the fall, special lamps were installed on the Earth, which indicate the landing place, and a GPS sensor was built into Luke's helmet, which signaled at the slightest deviation. In addition, 3 other people jumped down with the stuntman. Don't worry, they had parachutes. One of them was videotaping what was happening. The second flew with a smoke bomb so that it could be seen from the ground. A third took the oxygen tank from Akins when it was no longer needed. After all, at this altitude, the air is thin and you can simply suffocate. At an altitude of 1.5 kilometers, the team opened their parachutes and Luke continued to fall alone. The landing was successful. Do you think you could repeat this jump? Luke Akins has jumped from the sky 18,000 times. If you jumped once every day, it would take you 49 years to break Luke's record. The stuntman had prepared his body for this extreme stunt. So stay on the ground so you don't say goodbye to life too early. 7,600 meters isn't the limit. In the year 2012, the Austrian skydiver Felix Baumgartner jumped to Earth from the stratosphere. With his jump at that time, he set 4 world records at once. The parachute jump with the highest altitude, the highest manned flight, the longest free fall distance, and most interestingly, the fastest speed in free fall. During the flight, Felix broke the sound barrier. He was falling at a speed of 1,357 kilometers per hour. This speed is developed by supersonic aircraft that fly at low altitudes. Especially for the skydiver, engineers developed a spacesuit that had a built-in oxygen supply and was protected from overload. The fall to Earth lasted 10 minutes.
Actually, I did not know when I was passing the sound barrier because there were no signs. I've been told there's going to be a shock wave going through my suit. I never saw that shock wave. So I did not hear the supersonic boom because it happens way behind you. So by the time I opened my parachute, I did not know did I break the speed of sound or not. But when I landed, I've been told by a lot of people that I broke the sound barrier because they heard the supersonic boom on the ground.
A new record in 2014 was set by Google employee Robert Allen Eustace. He fell from a height of 42 kilometers and landed successfully. If you suddenly find yourself in the stratosphere without a spacesuit, you will most likely freeze before you crash on the surface of the Earth. At the height from which Robert jumped, it isn't so cold. The temperature is close to 0 degrees Celsius. From 40 to 55 kilometers above the surface is the stratopause, a place where the temperature practically doesn't change. But it will get colder and colder with the decline. At 25 kilometers, it will be minus 56.5 degrees Celsius. You probably won't die, but the warmest sweater won't save you from hypothermia. Even drinking hot tea in flight, you still risk getting hypothermia. It seems that a suit with heating and an oxygen supply would allow you to jump to Earth without any problems, even from the upper atmosphere. So let's go higher and set a new world record. However, there's one problem. In the upper atmosphere, other laws apply, and you simply cannot fall to the surface of the planet. For example, if you jump out of the International Space Station, which is hanging in the thermosphere at an altitude of more than 400 kilometers, you will continue to orbit the Earth. In other words, you will enter orbit and will be like a satellite circling our planet at the first cosmic speed for a long time. The Earth will still pull you towards it, but the fall may last a year or even decades. During this time, you will die from solar radiation or simply burn up because the temperature in the thermosphere can reach 1,700 degrees Celsius. But even if you're in a super suit, you won't last a month in orbit without lunch, not to mention oxygen, which there's only enough of for a few hours. So here you are, flying in orbit at a speed of nearly 8 kilometers per second. This is 4 times faster than the fastest bullet. To fall to the Earth, you'll need to accelerate another 4 kilometers per second towards the surface. If you're having trouble, here's a tip. Put your jetpack on top of your suit, turn the engines on full, and let's go. Your journey will be short. When you reach the lower atmosphere at the first cosmic speed, you will simply burn up due to the friction. To your family, who will be watching you from Earth, you'll look like a tiny little meteor. If the supersuit saves you from overheating, then you can still fight for your life and try to fly to Earth in one piece. This flight will give you a lot of impressions. For example, in the thermosphere, the sky won't be blue, but black like in space. In this layer, you can see the aurora with your own eyes. In the mesosphere, meteors will burn up nearby you, space pebbles that accidentally fell under the influence of Earth's gravity. Just below, you will be able to fly through a pearlescent cloud, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. In the stratosphere, you'll meet a weather balloon that collects weather data. And now you see the usual rain clouds, so the troposphere begins. You're on your way to Earth. Only 10 or 15 kilometers left to fly. You're 3 to 4 minutes away from hitting the surface. The air gradually becomes breathable. The temperature rises with every kilometer. At an altitude of approximately 4,000 meters, you'll finally be able to remove your spacesuit and fly safely to Earth. Suddenly, you break out in a cold sweat. When you take off your spacesuit, you realize that you forgot your parachute on the ISS. Will you be able to survive the landing? If you're watching this video while you're falling from the height of Elbrus, do this. To begin, turn your chest to the Earth, spread your arms and legs wide, and put your head back. This way, you will increase your air resistance and slow down your fall. Now, evaluate the area. If there's a forest, swamp, or snow nearby, aim there. Tree branches, a viscous bog, or a snowdrift could save your life. If you're unlucky enough to fall in the middle of the ocean, nothing will save you. Landing on water is no different from landing on asphalt. You'll simply be smeared because of the surface tension. Just before you make contact with the ground, curl up into a ball. Press your knees to your chest, lower your head, and cover it with your hands. Try not to fall head first. Aim directly at the center of the snowdrift. 3, 2, 1. Are you still alive? Perfect. I hope this video helped you survive. Now you can repeat what English pilot Nicholas Alcamade did during the Second World War. In 1944, he fell out of a plane without a parachute from a height of 5.5 kilometers. Nicholas fell into a snowdrift and survived, then got up, dusted himself off, and lit a cigarette. Remember, smoking is harmful. And as usual, thank you for watching. Yesterday, before going to bed, you went to the kitchen to turn off the light, but unexpectedly decided to eat a couple of sandwiches. Today, you got up of bed with the intention of listening to a developing lecture, but half an hour later found yourself skipping through the stream. You planned for this week to learn 30 words of Spanish, but deep down, you already doubt that you'll manage it. You know perfectly well what to do and how to do it correctly and usefully, but you end up doing everything wrong. It's as if your actions are controlled by someone who isn't you. Someone who's telling you that you're hungry, or lazy, or weak-willed, and you submit without a murmur to the silent voice that governs you. You know it's impossible. Crowds of unconscious zombies on the screen have long ceased to frighten even children. You know that every living thing on Earth controls its own actions. But now you're going to see why this may not be the case. On the head of this ant is the mushroom cordyceps. The peculiarity of this mushroom is that it completely subordinates the will of a still living insect and uses it for its own purposes. It creates a nutrient base for its reproduction and leads the ant to inevitable death when the enslaved insect fulfills its function and becomes unnecessary to its host, the fungus. To manipulate the insect's behavior in this way, the fungus, having penetrated its spore into the ant's body, slowly, step by step, builds a complex cellular network inside its body, which gradually penetrates into all its internal organs, and at the chemical level controls every corner of the creature that was recently an ant. But now, this still living ant zombie is crawling out of its colony. It's driven by the order of the cordyceps mushroom and is being sent to a specific place that the owner has determined for itself as the best for further reproduction. There, the ant finally freezes forever and provides the remains of its nutritious flesh for the fungus to germinate and its shell for its protection. The exact mechanism of how the fungus manages to take control of the ant's body is still unknown to scientists. But ancient fossils that have been found indicate that parasitic fungi of this species have continued to control the behavior of ants over the past 50 million years. Probably you're now calming yourself with the thought that we're not ants. We're not afraid of such effects. Our brain is much stronger than a mushroom. But remember, even in the 20th century, many diseases that previously only pigs, birds, or bats suffered from managed to mutate and adapt to the human immune system. Even the human immunodeficiency virus just 40 years ago was only observed in primates and avoided humans. Let's imagine that this parasite is slowly and imperceptibly trying to learn how to manipulate the human body. First, it would reproduce and build up its network, getting into all the internal organs, setting the structure for future changes. Then it would build up its mass and power in preparation for reproduction. Due to the interception of nutrient flows by the fungus, the person would be forced to eat more and more, trying to feed themselves and their owner. Then, the influence of cordyceps would begin taking control of the central nervous system and brain, and at this stage, the self-preservation instinct of the fungus would already dictate to the person, on the one hand, full confidence in their excellent health, and on the other hand, complete rejection of any examinations and medical procedures. And finally, the last stage. The fungus has gained enough power to completely enslave the human mind and develop the spores necessary for reproduction in order to spread itself as widely as possible among people who could become new carriers. This dictator will force the zombie human to rush at others, bite, scratch, tear other people's flesh, spreading the infection. Absolute rage. Blind hatred. No need to eat. No need to sleep. No need to relax. Dressing, washing, all of this is in the past.
Only serve your master and spread the new civilization to the whole world.
That's why in movies, zombies are so aggressive and all-destroying, and that's why they're finally killed by breaking their skulls. Apparently, this is where the thought center of the parasite mushroom will be located, and knowledge of this fact will undoubtedly be useful to us
When the zombie apocalypse comes.
But no one will break the skull of the first one infected. At first, they'll try to isolate, examine, treat. The first surviving victims will return home to their families and to work. Mushrooms are able to skillfully disguise themselves even from the human immune system and are incredibly resistant to the effects of drugs. The main thing will happen a little later, when here and there in the country there are outbreaks of such human rage and an unjustified thirst for violence. Of course, soon someone will be the first to assume the improbable and say the word epidemic. But by that time, the worst will have already happened. In the body of carriers, the infection will be flying to neighboring continents and beginning a countdown timer for our entire civilization. However, let's come back to reality. Today, the cordyceps mushroom is sold in pharmacies. It's used as a vitamin complex to strengthen the immune system, which gave me the idea that this mushroom isn't so dangerous as to cause a zombie apocalypse. But there are other, more unpredictable parasites. This is Toxoplasma gondii. This parasite, unlike cordyceps, doesn't need to kill its carrier for subsequent reproduction. Its strategy is more complex. It lives in the body of intermediate carriers, such as rodents, birds, and even humans, but it can only start reproducing in the body of an animal from the cat family. To move from the body of a mouse or rat to the body of a cat, it does the seemingly impossible. The parasite causes the rodent to demonstrate completely unnatural behavior. Rats and mice lose their fear of cats and go out to meet them in open space. The zombie rodent searches for the cat itself, goes to its death, and gives its owner, the mushroom that controls its brain, the opportunity to reproduce in the cat's body. The cat then spreads the parasite with its feces, where it persists for a long time waiting for a new host. And of course, the mechanisms that allow Toxoplasma to control the mind of an enslaved rodent are unknown to the scientific world, but it's proven that even people infected with Toxoplasma become more likely to develop schizophrenia, irrational behaviors, and unexplained fits of rage. What will become of a human when they find themselves in the place of the enslaved rodent? After all, rushing at people and biting them, as zombies usually do, would be pointless. We'd have to attack our pets. After all, the fungus requires the cat's body for reproduction. Cute videos of kittens will cause bloodlust in children and housewives. And our pets will have to run away from homes and apartments, stay away from people, like their ancestors at the dawn of evolution, and earn their own food. However, perhaps in this way, they'll save humanity. interrupting the chain of reproduction of Toxoplasma. But let's look at whether parasites need to control the brain and behavior of their victims. Are they really that weak and incapable of direct violence themselves? Before you is Septobasidium. The body of this mushroom is a maze that's located on a tree and consists of tunnels and chambers in which it's perfectly convenient for insects to find shelter. From the side of the mushroom, it looks like altruism. But no, the internal reservoirs of this fungus are filled with captured insects, tightly entwined in thin branching threads. From these prisoners that Septobasidium parasitizes, only their mouth parts are free. They use them to eat the forage plant which the fungus is located on, and the fungus in turn uses special threads to suck the nutrients from the insects. Need I add that the captive insects never escape the supposedly hospitable mushroom. Their rapid death is inevitable, and their relatives will soon be captured and placed in this vacant space. Yes, Septobasidium doesn't try to control the minds of its slaves. It doesn't need zombie insects. It's used to using brute force instead of elegant and unnoticeable intervention until the right hour. But this example shows that the capabilities of quiet and inconspicuous mushrooms can be much wider than we can assume, and they can have their own intentions for surrounding creatures. Today they prey on insects, but what happens if they mutate and switch to humans? Deadly danger in the most familiar places, houses becoming traps, millions of people in cocoons, teams of special forces with flamethrowers and chemicals burning out spores and bringing fire and death to the mushroom and the people enslaved by it. There's never been such a war in the history of mankind. Of course, no one knows 100% whether such scenarios are possible in our world, or whether the word mushroom will always bring to mind an innocent mushroom. But think about one fact. Right now, somewhere, for example in China, someone is eating the dead bodies of zombie ants with an appetite, along with the spores. Do you dream of traveling to exotic places? You can imagine the wild tribes of Africa or a tour of Antarctica, but I'm talking about places where humans have not yet set foot. But literally, I'm talking about the planets of the solar system. Perhaps in a few decades, the dream of space tourism will become a reality. But in the meantime, let's just imagine how it would be.
The first stop is the planet closest to the Earth.
You may remember from your astronomy lessons that the distance between planets is calculated by their distance from the sun. From our star to the Earth is considered to be 1 astronomical unit. Venus is about 0.72 astronomical units from the sun. A difference of 0.28 units suggests that it's the closest planet to the Earth. However, these calculations refer to the distance between each planet's orbit. After all, the planets don't just sit in one place, but instead move in orbits at different speeds. And if, for example, Venus and the Earth are on opposite sides of the sun, then the distance between them increases. So, in such a case, Venus ceases to be the planet closest to us. Scientists have calculated the average distance between all of the planets and found that most often
Mercury is closer to the Earth, so we'll go there first.
Mercury, it's the closest planet to the sun and the smallest in the solar system. It's almost 1/3 the size of our planet. If you imagine the Earth as a baseball, then Mercury would be a golf ball. But little Mercury is also the fastest of all the planets. It makes a revolution around the sun in 88 Earth days. Due to its proximity to the sun and its weak magnetic field, a solar wind rages here. Of course, you don't expect to see ice